Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can...
Hello, can you hear me? Actually, let me see here. Hey, just want to do an audio check. Can you guys, oh, the volume's low? No mic. Let's see here. I turn up the volume a bit. Actually, it's all the way up to the highest. Perfect. Let's see, can hear you but barely. Okay, hold on a second. So I'm using a wireless microphone here. Let's see. Okay, volume seems fine. Yeah, let me know if the volume of the music is too loud. Now, I tried to get the chat on screen, but that plugin doesn't seem to be working. I have to, so you see that connecting on screen, so I might have to just disable it, at least for the time being. So let me, yeah, I'll have to figure that out. Okay. All right, well, glad to see folks are joining in. Let's see. Okay, music is good. Music is too quiet. Yeah, I just wanted it in the background, but let me see if I can maybe just turn it up just a little bit, just a smidge. Okay, yeah, so I'm trying to do this. I used to use Streamlabs, of course this was like 3 years ago, but now I'm trying to do everything through OBS with plugins, and I kind of spent the last couple days trying to get that to work, but as long as you guys can hear and see me, I think that's the most important thing. Yeah, I'll work on getting the chat on screen for the next stream, as well as the alerts, because yeah, those do not seem to be working. Let me see here. But let me pull up, I'm gonna have to pull up the chat from the actual stream. So, okay, so let's see here. All right, cool. All right, so yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Welcome to the stream. I'm gonna try and make this a little more regular, maybe once or twice a month. I'm gonna basically spend an entire week doing streams. Kind of the whole idea behind it is I got a whole backlog of consoles that obviously I want to mod, and what you all may or may not know is typically before I make one of my videos, I actually completely refurbish. Not all the time, but most of the time I do refurbish the console so that it's ready to be modded. And I figured it might be just easier on me because that was kind of, it was just a lot of work on my end. Basically, the day before I would film the mod, I would basically spend the entire afternoon refurbing the console. So I got a few, let me see here. I got like 5 Sega Saturns. There's a couple Sega Saturn videos I had planned. Let's see here. And they're all, I got 5 of them, and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to refurbish all of them, but I would like to get most of them, you know, at least somewhat clean and ready. We're probably gonna do a couple of recaps as well. But yeah, I kind of bought a lot of these from Japan, obviously using Sendico, and I bought these quite a while ago, and it was to do a specific mod that Wesk was working on, and I still do intend to do it. And I mean, these are just kind of picking up dust, so I really just wanted to tear these all down, give them a good clean, and actually, so the way I have this set up, let me see here. Okay, so you can't really see everything. I don't have a wide angle, but basically I have 5 Sega Saturns here, and I'm gonna try and clean them all. But first we gotta make sure to see which ones are working, which ones are not working. When I first got these, like maybe 6-8 months ago, I tested them all, and I think they were all they all turned on, but I didn't like try a game or anything. But they did power on without issue. Now these are all Japanese, so for those of you who don't know, you know, obviously Japanese consoles or electronics in general run off of 100 volts, and I'm here in the US, and we run off of 120 volts. So let me see here. Let's see. Yeah, I spent, these cost, it was actually a really, I mean, obviously these are all like in junk condition. So I don't think I paid more than like, and it's hard to remember, I think maybe like 100, maybe 150 bucks for all of them. Don't quote me on that. It was pretty cheap, but obviously, you know, this one is completely yellowed. And it's a mixture of Model 1s and Model 2s. The one mod I was going to do for Wesk, I think specifically required a Model 1 and a specific variant of the Model 1, which we're going to actually open these up, and I'm going to see which one actually will work with that mod. So, but the idea here is we're not going to do any mods in these videos. So I'm planning to stream today, maybe tomorrow, Thursday, and probably Friday. So I want to try and do at least 3 days this week. You know, and also trying to improve the, you know, the quality of the stream as well to make sure we're going to work out all the kinks and everything. But yeah, so we're going to tear these all down. First, we're going to test them. Then we're going to tear them all down, you know, figure out what's wrong with them first, tear them all down, deep clean them. So actually, it's funny. So I I probably spent about a couple days trying to get ready for these streams, and let me go ahead, and so you can actually watch how I clean these consoles. I set up a camera over my sink in the kitchen. So there's my sink. Yeah, once we tear down the shell, we're gonna basically, head over there, and I'm gonna go ahead and just go to town and clean the heck out of these things. So, but yeah, so let's see here. So first thing, let's go ahead and test all of these. Let me see the chat here. Yeah, it stinks because I tried to, I don't know how many people are watching on Twitch. Obviously my main thing is YouTube, but I tried to stream to both, and then I'm trying to, with these plugins, trying to combine the chat. Obviously that's not working, but yeah, so yeah, and this is gonna be probably a pretty long stream. Whenever I do a deep clean, especially of like a home console, maybe not so much a handheld, but the home consoles, they take quite a bit of time, because also I plan to refurb the disc assembly and the disc door. I think one of these has a pretty crunchy gear, so I'm gonna show you how I sort of restore all that. But yeah, one thing I forgot, I do have a step-down converter. These probably have built-in tolerance to work off of 120 volts. It'll run probably a little bit hotter, but I forgot my step-down converter at home, so I'll make sure to bring that next time. But when we're testing them, it should be okay. So okay, let's test each of these one by one. All right, so first one we're gonna do is we're gonna test this yellowed one, and let me switch the angle here to have my RetroTink 5X connected. So plug it in. Oop. All right, so we're gonna plug it into power. All right, and plug in the AV port. Okay. Also gonna plug in a controller here. Okay. All right, so I'm pretty sure these all turn on. So if we turn this on, and yeah. Okay, so, it's black and white. So I have this connected through S-Video. So let me go ahead and change the input to S-Video. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, so it looks pretty good. That's fine. Controller port works just fine. So yeah, let's go ahead. Okay, now this is in Japanese. So let's see if it plays a game. Okay, so I brought a couple things. So I got actually a Japanese copy of Deep Fear. But I also have a Saru, which we can try, and then also the Satiator, which, for those of you, I actually made videos on these, but let's go ahead and try. And I'm going to do my best to read the comments here, because it stinks, because it'd be nice if I could read them here in OBS. I can't, so I have to constantly flip between OBS and the actual stream. But let's see here. Okay, hey, the disc is spinning. So, all right, let me go here to chat. Yeah. For those of you saying I should retro-bright this, so Ty Laurie kind of brings up a good point. I did one video on retro-brighting, and I think there was a guy recently, he made a really nice video. Basically, the retro-brighting actually may weaken the plastic. So what I'm not gonna retro-bright this, I'm just gonna make this look as clean as possible. And actually the one thing, there was that one, the hydrogen peroxide vapor, which I made the video on. I did it to a DMG and I actually haven't seen how that held up. It kind of whitened a little bit, but I haven't, went back to 10. That was many, many years ago, so actually it'd be good to go back and see how the plastic is held up. But my understanding is that retrobrighting potentially can make the plastic more brittle. So yeah, let's see here. Let's see if this game works. Okay, so the disc spun up, and okay, let's see here. Okay, I'm looking at the. Okay, so the screen. Oh, hey. Okay, so this one works. Okay, so that's good. All right, so. All right, this one works. So all we need to do is clean this one up, and we'll be good. Now, probably what I'm going to do after today, the other things I wanted to do was take a picture of the power supply in each of these, because Sega made a ton of different variants of the Sega Saturn power supply, and I want to recap them all. And so I'm going to put an order in at Console 5. So once we tear this down, I'm going to take a photo of the power supply so I can know exactly which one I need to order. Okay, so this one works. Let's power that off and take the disc out. I'm going to put this in the working pile. All right, so this is working. Okay. All right, so next, let's try Model 1. Now, this Model 1 is really, really dirty. I don't know if you can, let me switch angles here. So, yeah, so this one is just it's just like, you can kind of see it's sort of like caked in like this dirt. I think maybe it was like kept in the basement or something, and it just had like a bunch of stuff just kind of leak from or drop on it from the top. Bottom is pretty clean, but the top is definitely dirty. Yeah, and it's actually, it's not too bad in there. You can see quite a bit of dust in there, so. All right, so let's see if this one works. I'm gonna put the game in there, plug it in. Controller. Okay. All right, so we get the power. I think the disc spun up. So let me go back to capture card. Hey, and this one, yeah, so this one works. I'm like 90% sure all these actually, they do turn on, but let's see if they all play games, because that's something I have not tested. Yeah, and that's a good point. I could replace this with a new shell. That's always a possibility. I mean, new shells are nice, but I have like a slight preference for the original shell. But that yellow one, yeah, that one's maybe a pretty good candidate. Depending on how clean we can get it, I might actually just replace the shell for it. Yeah, I'm not sure. So these are 5. I may actually put these on my eBay store, the ones I don't use to mod, because I really don't think I need 5 of these. But hey, okay, so great. This one works also. So we're doing pretty good here. Okay, so we're 2 for 2. Yeah, I remember I got a pretty good deal on these. So, you know, there's still good deals to be had, especially if you shop online at Japanese auctions. Still fantastic deals can be had. So, all right, so we're 2 for 2 here. Okay, 2 for 2. All right. All right, so this is this is the same Model 2, except this one actually has a non-discolored sun-faded screen. So, yeah. I don't know what that is, like a scratch. I'm not sure if that's gonna come off, but okay, let's try this one out. Did I take the game out? I didn't take the game out. Okay. Yeah. All right, hey, so we got Ariel in the chat, Red Herring 32 in the chat. Cool. Yeah, so I see someone's asking, yeah, I do have an eBay store. I usually post there once every, I mean, really, it's almost like once a year. It's usually around the holidays. I'll kind of, you know, I have so many modded consoles, I just kind of thin things out to clear space. But I would like to, you know, kind of post there, you know, more regularly, but you know, it's just super busy. All right, so let's plug this in. All right. And for those just joining in, basically I have 5 Sega Saturns, and I'm just kind of testing them all. Okay, yeah, so did you hear that? Yeah, so this is grinding. So we're gonna try and fix that. Yeah, and it looks like it's maybe just misaligned. That should be an easy fix. But yeah, let's go ahead, do that. Yeah, I have so many just like consoles that need to be refurbished. And that's kind of another thing I really want to do with the live streams at least once a month, basically spend the entire week just refurbing consoles that I need to modify, or you know, just kind of kind of refurbish some of those consoles and put them on the store just to kind of get them out of my space so that they're. Yeah, I live in a small apartment, and then I have another small apartment that I'm renting for the studio, and I just don't have space for all this stuff. So, all right. Yeah, so someone's asking, do Japanese Saturns work well with US? So, you know, oh, okay, well, actually, hold on. So this is not, I don't think this is working. Is this one not working? Oh, I was, let's see here. Oh, this one is not working. Okay, so yeah, hold on. So the disk is spinning, so that's good. But when we power it on, oh, that's interesting. I don't know if you see that. So we get a black screen, but right when I cut it on, you can see that it shows that the time and date setup for like a split second. So I'm gonna turn it on. Yeah, and it's like on the right half of the screen. That's weird. I wonder maybe if the video is just not plugged in well. That's weird. Okay, yeah, so it cuts on real quick and then it just turns off. I'm not sure what that would be. Maybe it's, I don't think it's a bad power supply, so we're getting, yeah, I'm not sure what that would be. Actually, let me do it without a game in there. Let me do it without a game. Or do it with the, yeah, it shouldn't matter. Okay, so this one's not really working. Okay, this is, I mean, the LED powers on. It flashes really quick. Yeah, okay. All right, so this one we'll have to examine a little bit. So this one's not really working. All right, okay, so we are 2 for 3 for working units. Yeah, so back to the question about, you really shouldn't run, you know, Japanese consoles on American, you know, mains power, just because, I mean, I do, it's kind of, you know, depends on who you ask, but the tolerance built into these power supplies should be able to handle it, but they will likely run hotter and maybe not last as long. So, you know, there's a couple things you could do. You could probably, if you could find it, get an American power supply, just drop it in. Or you could, I know this is also, you know, some people, it's a little bit controversial, but you could buy one of those USB-C power supply, all those, and use one of those. I kind of like those as an option, especially for imported consoles. Yeah, they're called like, yeah, Pico power supplies. So if you get one of those Pico power supplies, that might be a good option. Ooh, that was weird. Let's turn this one on. Oh, this one works. Oh, this is doing the same thing. Look, if you look, for a split second it shows, and then it fades onto this. I wonder, that's weird. I wonder why the other console is doing that. And does anybody know maybe why the other console is, you know, doing that weird power cycling thing? Yeah, so this one's also working. Okay, that's good. Yeah, getting one of those, you can get those step-down converters pretty cheap. The one I got, yeah, it wasn't super cheap, but it was on Amazon for like maybe 60 bucks. I actually use it during the summer to power, I have a Japanese dehumidifier. It gets pretty humid in the Mid-Atlantic region here near DC. So yeah. Let's see here. All right, so I'm gonna see if I can pop out the chat so I can see it a little more easily. Or actually what I'll do this. There we go. Ah, there we go, cool. All right, so, all right, let's see here. Oh, hey, Wesk. Wesk is in the chat. We were just talking about you. Okay, so this one is not reading the, let me open this. So this one is not reading the disk. It's not even spinning the disk. Okay, so this one has some issues. It's definitely, okay. Yeah, so this one, oh wait, no. So the disk is trying to spin, but it can't. Ooh, so I wonder, that might be a bad spindle. I'm not sure what, yeah, okay, so we'll have to see with this one as well. All right, so we are 2 for 2. They all turn on at least, which is nice. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Put this over here in the broken. Okay, last one. So this is a Model 1. This one's actually pretty clean. So let's see what this one is like. Plug that in. Okay. Okay, power's on. The disk is spinning. And let's see. Okay. Yeah, I can definitely hear the CD seeking, the laser seeking, so it's definitely working. All right. Oh, hey, Downing's Basement, how's it going? All right. Cool, cool. Oh, I can see the, oh, nice. So the chat in Twitch is working. Yeah, it could be a short, maybe. I'll definitely check. Okay. All right, hey, so this one's working. Okay, so we got 3 working out of the 5. And really, of the 2 that aren't working, one of them turns on, but it just doesn't read a disk. So, okay, so we're in pretty good shape here. So let's start tearing these down. I'm going to do it one by one. And let's see here. And again, for those just joining, I don't know how many people we have currently, but basically I got 5 Sega Saturns and going to be refurbishing them all. And for the most part, they kind of work, so that's good. All right, let's start with the really dirty Model 1. Okay. Yeah, I'll start with this guy. All right, so. Okay, now it's been a while since I tore one of these down. Let's go ahead and. All right, so we got 1, 2. All right, let me switch the view here. So we'll do over the table. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screws. I might need to get. Yeah, I'm actually going to need to get another screwdriver. Hold on a second. All right. Yeah, this stream, yeah, so yesterday I was testing out the stream, and it's been a while since I've done this, so I think I accidentally hit the go live. And definitely, I didn't think it was gonna actually send out that I was going live, but it did. So I think I have a stream on there for about like 5 or 10 seconds or something. But yeah, I've been trying to set things up from scratch basically for the past couple days. And it's definitely a learning curve. Let's see here. But we are up and running. So. Now, usually what I like to do, but yeah, let me go ahead and grab that. So I use this magnetic mat. It helps me keep the screws organized. I use it all the time. And I'll show you here how I typically organize the screws. And that way I know exactly where each one goes, and I never mix them up. Because as you know, that can be an issue sometimes. If, for example, there's different size screws, especially different length, they can actually damage the shell if you try to screw them in and they just kind of go through the other side. So you definitely want to be aware where each screw is coming from. But all these exterior screws for the Saturn, they are all the same size. So you really don't have any worry of mixing these up. So. Now, another issue is the Sega Saturn has this sort of like bulbous top. And to help with that, especially if you don't want to mar the plastic, let me go ahead and grab a microfiber cloth. Oh, actually, you guys should be able to still hear me. I have the microphone is wireless, so. But you can kind of fold a microfiber cloth like this and put it underneath, and it should help keep it a little bit more stable. And also, you don't have to worry about marring the top plastic, especially if you're working on a rough surface. But I think we got all the screws, so. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so now we should be able to, I think we can just flip, yeah, there we go. Oh, did I miss a screw? I might have missed a screw. Nope. There we go. Okay, yeah, so you can kind of see, we're gonna disassemble this entire assembly and we'll get that nice and clean. Yeah, actually this is a pretty, there's a lot of parts here. But no, we are gonna take it all apart, so. All right, so we're gonna set this aside for now. It's definitely pretty dirty in here. So here's the power supply. Actually, it looks pretty good. None of the caps look like they're leaking or anything. So we're gonna go ahead and we'll take the power supply out next. I'm gonna unplug it here first. And then it looks like it's one screw is holding it in. One screw and a clip. So one screw right there. And actually, what I can do is I get a little bit better angle. Okay. So this is our power supply screw. And then this should just, I think should just lift out. Oh yeah, so you got these pins right here. Kind of like the Dreamcast actually. There's a lot of similarities I feel like in the layout of the Dreamcast and the Saturn. And there's also a clip right there. Hopefully I'm doing this right. It's been a while. But lift that out. Is there another screw I'm missing? Oh, holy moly. Okay, look, so there's 2 screws here that I missed. So I'm gonna take those out. Oops. Move this there. Okay, so there are 2 screws right here holding that in. So we're gonna go ahead and unscrew those. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, we got Ty here dropping all the knowledge bombs here. Yeah, so yeah, these are really, they're not like Phillips screws, they're JIS. So they are slightly different. And the way you can tell, I guess not all of them have, but usually there's like a little dimple on the screw head itself to denote that it's JIS. I don't know if they all do that. Okay, I guess they don't, but yeah. Anyway. All right, so now we should be able to remove the power supply. So here are those pins I was talking about. You just lift it out, and there we go. So yeah, power supply actually looks like in pretty decent condition. I don't see really any leaks or anything. Yeah, so I'm not really sure if, yeah, I mean, these look really good. I mean, you can kind of see these 2 right here. There's nothing really all that bad with these. But you know, they're getting pretty up there in age, so we might just do it anyway, and there's not too many. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so, all right, so that's the power supply. Set that aside. Okay, so now let's go ahead and maybe we'll try to remove the optical drive. So we got a couple ribbon cables here. So this just comes out, but let's take these ribbon cables out first. Okay, so that's 1. And this is 2. Okay. Okay, great. Oh, okay, and then there's a little grounding thing right here. So we're gonna go ahead and take that out. Oop, gotta get a different size. Okay, so this has a little washer, which you don't want to lose. So I'm just going to try and take this out as 1. There we go. Okay, so we got the optical drive. A lot of dust right here, so I'm going to take this little shroud off, and we're going to clean it. I mean, I'm not going to do it right now, but it just clips off, so we'll take that out in a second. And then we're also going to remove the rails, clean the rails, grease them up, so that it runs really, really smooth. Okay, so let's go back over table. So now we're going to remove the RF shield. Oh, actually, here, we'll take this little plastic insulating sleeve out first. We're gonna, yeah, this is a little dusty, so we'll set that aside and clean that as well. And, oh, okay, here, and this is the power button. Again, very much like the Dreamcast, so we're gonna have to pop out this button here in order to access, okay, I'm gonna move these out of the way. So in order to access these two screws here, we're gonna have to pop this off. So the way I do this is you wanna really just apply even pressure upward. You don't wanna kind of pry it this way or pry it that way or this way or that way. You wanna pull straight up. At least I hope so, let's see here. Okay. Let's see here. Try and situate myself here to pull it up. There we go. All right, so we're gonna give that a clean as well. Still works. And there's two more screws. Okay, so now we're starting to get a lot of variety of different screws. So I'm gonna go ahead and label these screws. I'm gonna show you how I do that. So essentially, I keep my screws here organized. So this is exterior power supply, and this is the power button. So usually what I'll do is I'll do something like this. Those are the exterior screws, I already labeled it. These are my power supply, PSU. This is the power switch. And so that way, now I, get the reflection out. So we got the exterior power supply and the power switch screw. So now I will not mess these up or mix them up. So let's see here. Yeah, and guys, I'm gonna try and read the chat, so every once in a while, but definitely not trying to ignore you folks. Yeah, no, the mat is good, so I definitely recommend it. All right, so I'm gonna move these plastic pieces that we're gonna clean off to the side. Okay. All right, so now let's remove the RF shielding. So here, okay, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think 7 screws. So let's go ahead and remove those. Okay, so one, and just another trick. So basically, when I remove these screws, what I try to do is I try to place them so with the console oriented like this. I put where I get the screws from. So this came from the bottom left corner, so I kind of put them in the bottom left of this little box area. So I'll show you what that looks like here in a second. Oh, and also we can remove this, but anyway. Okay. Yeah, no, this is, I'm trying to do the lives more regularly. Basically, it'll give me the opportunity to take kind of like a week off and sort of do like some housekeeping things, like getting consoles ready for mod videos. So that's kind of the main idea behind these. All right, get a screwdriver. Lord Jesus is asking, what grease do I recommend for the rail? So typically, I've been using this for years now. This is a, let me see if I can focus on that. So this is what's, actually I'll just switch the angle here. So this is a Moly coat. So this is M-Coat EM30L. But I'm not sure if this manufacturer makes this anymore, but it's basically supposed to be safe for plastics and metal. And, but yeah, if you look at right here, synthetic polyolefin lubricant. This is what I always use, but you know, and I'll show you how I apply it as well. But okay, so let's go back over the table. Put my screw over there. All right. Yeah, now the two screws on either side of this RAM cartridge reader is longer than all the others, so just do keep note of that, because you can run into issues if you try putting it somewhere else. So we can zoom in here a little bit, get you in there. Okay. There. Okay. And I think we got just one more. Okay, and that goes right there. Now, one thing here I'm noticing, all right, so we got this ribbon cable which is taped. We're gonna have to untape, oh, and then also we got a screw right here in the middle. Let's try not to forget that. Need a smaller screw. And actually what I'll do is I'm gonna kind of put that together. Kind of like that. So basically here I have all my, these screws for the RF shield. Go ahead and label that. RF shield. Okay, so one of the little issues I see we're probably gonna run into here is this ribbon cable. It's kind of, it goes under, or it goes over rather, this RF shield and plugs in, so that's gonna be blocked. So I think I'm gonna disconnect it from this, on this side rather than, no, let me see. Let's see if I can, I just think it might be easier. Oh, yeah, that's hard. Wow. Yeah, this is really in there pretty tight. Okay. There we go. Okay, so we got that one removed, and then we're gonna untape this. I wonder what this piece of tape was for, but okay. Yeah, I don't think anybody's ever been in this console, which is nice. Okay, so we got that untaped there, and that untaped there. All right, so I think now we can remove the RF shield. Oh, okay, hold on. The motherboard's coming with it, which isn't too much of an issue, but I did want to let's see here, am I missing anything? Well, we'll take out the motherboard too and then see if we can separate it. Okay, there we go. So basically I'm going to, all right, so the problem is it's getting caught on this, and so I'm going to actually have to take this ribbon cable out. Take the ribbon cable out, now it should come out. There we go. And then also try to make sure that this doesn't get caught up or torn. So we're gonna have to feed that through as well. Okay. All right, so the RF shield is out. That is really dirty, and we're gonna give that a good clean as well. Okay, and this is the mother, oh wow, and it still had the battery in there, which is probably long dead, so let's take that out. Yeah, it's probably the original Panasonic, CR2032 coin cell battery. So okay, so the motherboard looks pretty good. I mean, all these caps look clean. Oops. Oh, okay, yeah. So this is the card reader thing. It goes right here. It's where the card reader for the VCD decoder, I think, and maybe some other accessories, but satiator goes in here as well. Okay, so yeah, that's a good looking board actually. It's pretty clean. We may just get some dust. Yeah, there's a lot of a dust accumulation right up here. We'll clean that up. So, let's see here. Any questions? Oh yeah. So okay, so someone was saying I'm going to put this aside. So these legs here for the optical drive, yeah, okay, they are attached with screws, so we can definitely remove those as well. Thank you for that. Who said that? Somebody in chat. Kavorka Designs. Yeah, thank you for that, because yeah, we're gonna, you know, I mean, not that they're gonna get in the way of us cleaning it, but at least it may make it nicer to dry. So let's go ahead and remove those. And they all appear to be identical. They're keyed, so they only go in one way, but they all are the same. So, and they clip in place. Okay. Wow, actually, so I was thinking we were gonna do more than one console, but this is taking a little bit longer than I had anticipated. But we'll breeze through maybe the other ones. I was hoping to at least clean 2 of these today, and we still might be able to. All right, so these are for the optical drive mount. Write that in there. Okay. Let's see here. And then so basically, there are 2 clips. You just kind of pinch them together and it'll drop out. Okay. Okay, so we got all 4. I don't know where the other one went, but okay, so now we got a clean RF, or not clean, but everything is removed. Oh yeah, there's like a little, I'm gonna have to vacuum my desk here. Some pretty nasty little bugs here. Okay. All right. Where did the other, oh, there it is. Got it, okay. All right, so now all that's left is, okay, let me put this in a safe location. So we got the bottom RF, okay, which is held in place by the controller PCB. So let's go ahead and take that out. It appears to only be in there with 2 screws. So these are like the little LED light pipes. I don't know if there is a way to, oh, actually, this just comes right out, I think. Maybe not. All right, so I guess we do have to unscrew them. Go ahead and get this. Okay. So the screws come out. How is this held on? Oh, okay, so this is just, yeah, this is free. There's 2 clips, one here, and you just gotta clip it off. Okay. There we go. Got a nice little board here. Hey, look, there's a little capacitor on there. 2 of them actually, and they look also really, this is a pretty good condition Sega Saturn, other than the outside, which is kind of nasty and just some dust. Now these light pipes appear to be identical, and the way these come out, I'm not even sure if I don't want to break these, so I might just leave them in. Oh, okay, actually, I see. Oh, they just kind of clip in place. So yeah, these just pop out. So you can just actually just pop these out, and that's it. Okay. Now this is the reset button, which I think just, oh yeah. So here you can see a little on the spring. It's right here latched on the ledge, and I think we can just pull the spring out this way. So I think I have to lift this. Oh, and this just pops out. Okay, so this pops out, and the spring just, comes out like that, easy. So you can put the spring in like that, and it slides in, and then here it just slides out, okay? Okay, so we got the little RF shield for the controller PCB. So we're gonna deep clean all this stuff. I'm gonna show you how I do that. And then we got these 2 screws for the controller. Let me label that. So, controller port. And yeah, there's really not too many screws for the Sega Saturn. It's not like a GameCube. So yeah, here you can see all the screws. We got the exterior shell, power supply switch. We got the RF shield, optical drive pylons that hold the optical drive in place, and then the controller port screws. And that's it. Okay, so we are good there. But we're not done yet, actually. We forgot the top shell. So this is the bottom RF shield, which we're gonna, oh gosh, look at this. Yeah, that's pretty nasty. It's like a dead bug, but we'll clean that up. So take this, put it aside. And that is the bottom shell. And it is really dirty. I mean, there's just dust in all the corners. We're gonna get all of that out. Yeah, so. Now, what I also wanted to do was take care of, let me set these components aside. Put it over here. Now, what I wanted to do was also kind of restore the latch mechanism for, I mean, this one's actually in pretty good shape, but it is just, it's got dust all over. So I do want to clean that up. And yeah, we're gonna take this apart as well. Why not? Let me just change the angle here. So, so this here is the actual latch mechanism. So here you can see when I push the button, it releases the latch. So when I hit it, and then it opens. So that's the lock mechanism. So what I like to do, because these can get a little confusing, is I actually like to take pictures just to make sure I don't forget how things look, because these things, they're kind of spring-loaded, and let's see here, and they can kind of, let's see, so I'm going to take a few pictures from different angles. And well, you want to be careful because these are spring-loaded. I can already see there's a spring right here. I'm going to release. Okay, so now that's no longer going to hopefully pop out or anything. Okay, so we're going to take out these 2 screws. I'm holding right here on the RF shield in case it wants to pop out. But I think I relieved all the pressure, so we should be in pretty good shape. All right. And then, nope. Oh, no, we're good. Okay, I thought I felt it was gonna, all right. So now we got those two screws. I'm gonna lift this up carefully and we're gonna take a picture of how that is oriented as well. Yeah, pretty straightforward. But we know the spring goes on top of this little latch. So, you know, sometimes you may get confused and think, oh wait, does the spring go on the bottom? Does it go on the top? But no, it's pretty clear and it does wrap around the latch right there. So that's a pretty good picture I have. So now we can just go ahead, we can take the spring out and we can take the little, and, okay, so in here we can actually see some grease points. So there's some grease applied at the factory right here. So we'll make sure we'll apply some of that grease that I have, which is safer plastic. There's also some grease right here. A lot of this we're gonna be cleaning off anyway, because there's just a lot of dust accumulation. It probably lost its lubricancy. Yeah, there's just a lot of dust on this. So we're gonna clean that up. And then we're gonna pop out the button. And the way the button's in there, it's just two latches. You just push it in, and then you can actually just push it out. Okay, and that's the button. And the same is true for this. This is the power button, I think. So just two little latches, you push them in, and then you can push it out. And we got the power button. Now another thing I might do is this little plastic piece right here. It's probably pretty scratched up. This is like kind of a shiny piece. So this also comes off, and there's probably dust underneath of it. So let's go ahead and take that out as well. Again, these are held in with a clip here and a clip right there. So you just push it in. I'm not sure if I'm going to remove it, but let's see here. Hopefully, oh, actually there's more clips, and there's two clips up here as well. So you just push those in. Now you don't want to break the clips because then we'd really be in trouble. But it seems to be coming out. Yeah, because we really want to clean this like thoroughly. So I'm working those clips. Let's see here. And it wants to come out. All right. Let's see, where's this getting? It's getting caught up on the front. I wonder if there's like a little bit of adhesive. So yeah, I'm trying to, you can see it's almost, zoom this out. So you can see it's almost out here. And, oh yeah, it is a little bit of adhesive. Huh. So yeah, I'm not sure, we might try to, but you can see there's a lot of dust built up under there and there's just a lot. So we're gonna clean all that up. Okay, so before I get too distorted, okay, so we only took apart one piece. We have this mechanism here we gotta take out and this one here, and then also the dust flap for the RAM expansion. So this top piece right here is pretty complex, but we want to do a really thorough job here. So let me organize these pieces. We're going to clean these. And these screws, let's make sure we don't misplace this. So we're going to label these as well. Switch the angle up here. All right, so set this aside. Okay, so we got this RF shield. We're going to clean that. And we're going to take our two screws. I'm going to start a new area over here for the top latch. And this is the CD door release button. Okay, so that way we don't lose those screws, and because these screws are actually different from every, that's not true. Actually, so these screws might be the same as the power switch screws. They do look kind of similar, although they might be slightly smaller. So again, it is a good idea to label all your screws. I do it all the time, and I've never mixed up a screw ever since. So, okay. So let's take these. Okay, and then the spring is clean, so that's fine. We're not going to clean that. Yeah, some things I'm not going to clean because I don't want to lose them also. So the kind of tiny springs, those are easy to just clean with like a microfiber cloth. So we'll leave those alone. Okay. So next, clean up my table here a little bit. So next we have, let's open this. So I'm trying to catch up on the chat here. Yeah, again, it's hard for me to focus on both, but let me see here. Not sure if it's just but the stream seems to have two. Oh yeah. So okay, that's a good point. So yeah, these red connecting, I'm gonna get rid of those. Those are alerts. I tried to have the chat and the alerts on screen, but unfortunately they're just not working. I'm gonna try and fix them for the next stream, which it may be tomorrow or Thursday. So yeah, I'm gonna try and get that sorted out. Let me remove them there. And then over the sink as well. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. We're gonna head over to the sink here in a minute. But let me get to this angle. Okay. All right. So we're gonna take, actually let's do, to keep things, yeah, let's do the spring-loaded one first. This thing is nasty, by the way. Oh my gosh. All right. So we're gonna release the spring. Actually, before, again, always a good idea. I'm taking photos here. Always a good idea to take photos, just so you know how everything goes back. And you may need to do multiple angles just so you can kind of get an idea of how things will reassemble. But I think I have a pretty good idea of this one. All right, so we're good there. So basically I'm going to release this spring, okay? Get rid of all that tension. And then, where's my screwdriver? There it is. And then we're just gonna basically unfasten these two screws, which is holding that spring in place and preventing it from coming off of its peg. Ooh, it's magnetic. Okay. And now this should just come right out with the spring. Okay, so we got that little stamped piece of metal that comes out, and then we got this spring, which is super duper dusty. And that's it. That's actually, that wasn't too bad. All right, so let me put this. So this is the, I'm gonna call this the spring-loaded hinge. We'll call it spring-loaded hinge. I think that's pretty reasonable. So spring-loaded hinge. Okay, so now let's do the other side. These are definitely gonna get cleaned. All right, so now we got the other side, this right here, and take a few pictures. Yeah, it's always critical. You always want to put things back exactly how you got them. And here we got like this little insulate. I think this is probably over on top of the power supply, which is why that piece of plastic is there. So it's very important. So we'll take that screw out. Prevents the power supply from shorting out on this hunk of metal right here. So we can take that out. And we got this screw. And this has quite a few screws. Okay, so we got a few spring-loaded. That's for actually for this. So that's interesting. So we're actually, I wonder if it. Yeah, no. So we do have to remove this first. This is last. But yeah, so let's get rid of these screws. we'll get rid of this one right here. So, the Superboy, yeah, I mean, if you want, I don't know, I'm not a fan of the Superboy, but it is kind of an interesting product. It's a good way to get a portable Super Nintendo. Oh, hey, look at that. Yeah, actually, the whole thing comes out at once. Okay, that's interesting. So basically, I'm gonna unlatch this and then pull out. All right, so let me show you how I'm doing that. So here you can see the spring for the cartridge door is in this little space here. So I'm gonna push that forward, and then I can pull, I think, hold on. Yeah, so I should be able to pull that out. Or maybe, yeah, there we go. All right, so, and the spring is still on there. Actually, I'll just leave the spring for now, but when we're cleaning things in the sink, you wanna make sure to, you know, block the drain so you don't lose small components like this. Actually, I'm gonna take the spring off. I'm gonna take a picture of it first so I can see how the spring is on there, because that's quite important actually. Let me zoom out a little bit. So yeah, that spring, because yeah, you could either put the spring like that or like that, and that's wrong. So we're gonna put it like that, and we're gonna take a picture to remind us that the spring goes in that direction. Okay. And good. All right, so I'm actually going to take that spring out. Cool, and put it with the other ones. And we're going to clean that. And we're going to clean this. Okay. Now we just got one more thing to remove. And this is like I think it's like basically like a damper. This is what, you know, and so when you hit the release button for the CD door, this is so it doesn't pop up like fast. This dampens it to give it that nice slow open. So, and that goes on first. So we're gonna take that out. Yeah, and that has basically its own types of screws as well. Okay. All right, so let me, before we forget here, so this is, I'm just gonna call this other hinge, and that's these. And then I got the hinge damper. I mean, I'm not sure if that's the official name, that's just what I'm calling it. So actually, yeah, we do have a little bit more screws than I thought. All right, so here you can see all of the screws. This is for like the main bottom shell. This is for the upper shell, and they're nice and organized. So again, I do recommend these magnetic boards because it keeps the screws from moving around, as you can see, which is really, really useful. All right, so here we got the little, here we got the little damper. Oh, actually, what am I doing? Sorry, I was wrong angle. Yeah, so the magnetic mat, here you can see all the screws. These are for the bottom shell. These are for the upper shell. Magnetic board prevents them from moving around. And we got the damper. I'm gonna set that right there. And now we can take the shell and separate the upper door, which just comes out like so. Oops. There we go. Okay, we got the upper door. And we got the upper shell. Okay guys, so we are ready to start cleaning this bad boy. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of go over to the sink. Now, unfortunately I only have one camera there, so you won't be able to see me, but you should be able to still hear me. Let me know if you can still hear me. Can you hear me guys? Am I still there? Okay, let's see. So I'm gonna bring all the pieces over. Ugh. So I'm going to start with the big plastic pieces. I'm going to put those in there. And all right, let's see here. So I have to make quite a few trips. Just bear with me. Actually, instead of that angle, maybe, there we go. You can kind of see me a little bit. But basically, I'm just coming over and yeah, moving over to the sink. Grabbing parts from here. Ugh. And actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to start filling the sink with water. So let me show you how that. And I'm using warm water here. My hands are pretty dirty. So we'll let that fill up with water. And I'm going to get my iPad here so I can read the chat. Okay, and I'm gonna slowly bring some of the other components. This. Actually, the Sega Saturn has quite a few really small plastic pieces, actually. So it might take a little while to clean this thing, a little bit longer than I had originally thought. Okay. So we got that. I am gonna take this piece right here as well. We'll leave that. We got that. I'll bring this optical drive over so I can show you how to remove the little shroud over the laser assembly. And okay, so we're gonna let this fill up. Let's see if you can see my hands. I'm watching this through a delay, but I'm going to try and also look at the chat here. So yeah, warm, lukewarm, cold, or does it matter? So, okay, this is important. So I generally just use lukewarm water. Now, the labels are going to actually dictate how you're going to clean these shells. So I try to maintain the labels, and generally for like Sega consoles, they have nice Mylar labels, which are kind of waterproof. So yeah, these labels are generally pretty good. They do pretty well in the water. Now there are some consoles that have paper labels, and I generally do not submerge those shells in the water. I don't even attempt to remove the labels. Now the labels that do have that are typically PC Engine consoles. They generally have a very small serial code that's on paper, a paper label. So usually what I do is I'll just kind of wet a toothbrush, put a little bit of soap on it, and clean around the paper label. If the paper label gets a little wet, it's not the end of the world. You just don't want to scrub it because you're going to basically destroy it. And all I use, guys, is just an old toothbrush. This toothbrush I've been using, I think, basically since the beginning of the channel. And yeah. Now, what I'm also going to do is I'm going to dust the boards, and I use these ESD safe brushes, which I'm going to do that after we clean all the components while we're letting it dry. But yeah, no, this is actually, let me dry my hands real quick. Now, I definitely don't recommend holding electronics over water, but basically I'm just going to take this shroud off Now there's a clip here and here. And I'm just going to basically unclip it. Let's see here. Actually, the clips are on here, on the sides. So let me go ahead and I'm going to do that off camera. All right, so basically I unclip the two latches and then this comes up and it comes out. So here we have this, which is really dirty, and we're going to clean it. But we're going to clean this by hand in a second. All right, so again, yeah, these labels, these Sega labels generally are pretty good. You definitely don't want to leave these in the water for a very long time. But in general, these labels are pretty, they handle water pretty well. And yeah, so we're just gonna let this submerge, and basically the warm water is gonna loosen the dirt, and it's gonna make it very easy for us to clean. Now, another thing that I like to do is, I don't like putting soap in the water. Okay, let me turn down my chat here a little bit so I can hear myself. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna put all the plastic bits in here. Okay, so yeah, typically I don't like to put soap in the water because what happens is it kind of, you can't really see what's underneath the water, and you can't see if there's like maybe a piece that you left in there before you pull the drain. So generally what I like to do is, so I kind of have the two sinks here. So what I'll do is I'll move the faucet over here, and this is where I'll rinse off my brush. Now, I mean, you can get some soap in here, so it's not the end of the world. But basically, I will put just a little bit of, this is just, you know, what is this? A dish soap, nothing special. And all I'm gonna do is, this has kind of been sitting in the water long enough. I'm just gonna kind of just scrub it. And you don't have to, I mean, unless there's like some stubborn areas, you really don't have to go that hard. I'd like to kind of just spread the soap out a little bit first, and then just little circular motions to loosen any dirt, especially around these, like, ooh, yeah, these rubber feet might come off. That's not the end of the world though. So don't maybe agitate them too much. So we're gonna basically try and get in the vents a little bit, get in all the little crevices. Okay, I think that's pretty good. And then we'll kind of go here on the sides. Again, just kind of back and forth. And typically I do these to most of the consoles I mod. It takes time, but honestly, I almost enjoy this more than modding the console you know, itself, actually. I mean, this is one of the more rewarding things. You can take something that's completely neglected and dirty and get it looking, you know, somewhat nice. At least you know it's clean. Yeah, so honestly, it's like one of my favorite things to do. And really it's all in like the prep, right? So we kind of took our time to fully disassemble, get everything off. And this allows us to kind of pretty easily get in there and clean. So now I'm gonna kind of rinse the toothbrush in the other side and then reapply some soap. And then we're gonna go in from the inside. Again, I'm gonna spread the soap as much as I can around. And if you remember, we had a lot of accumulation of just dirt in each of these corners, so try and get there. The other thing I'm gonna show you is, I'm not gonna wait for this to just air dry. Obviously that would just take forever. I'll show you typically what I do. I just used, I have a power tool that has kind of compressed air. And I just kind of blow off all the excess water. And the ones that are really important to get to, I actually use canned compressed air. is getting all the moisture out of the screw posts, because that's actually, you don't want to trap moisture in there when you fasten everything together. And I'll show you how I do that as well. But yeah, basically kind of getting into these corners, cleaning everything. And really the water is going to get most of it. The soap is just really to get there to kind of get the more stubborn stuff out. But yeah, so. And really, kind of depends on you how crazy you want to go. Now, another area I typically do are these edges right here. A lot of dirt tends to accumulate there, especially in things like controllers. Where the two plastic surfaces meet together, a lot of dirt gets accumulated in there. And so I just kind of go along the edge. Yeah, there we go. I mean, so that's pretty clean. I think that's going to be more than good enough. And I'm just kind of getting each of these corners here, which, as best as I can. The toothbrush can only do so much, but the water pressure is going to get a lot of this out. So I'll show you how I rinse it off here. Okay, so that's it there. And what I'm going to do is and let me see if I can move the camera just a little bit over. On this side, this is where I rinse everything. And you're just basically trying to get all this soap off. Okay, all right, so that's looking pretty good. All right, so I mean, it's obviously still all wet, but it's definitely much less dirty. So we're gonna let that there drip dry a little bit while we move on to the next one. Okay, actually, let's see here. So now we're going to move up to the upper shell here, and this was pretty dirty. So again, I'm going to kind of spread around the soap, and then just work it in. And what you hope is that move this over a little bit, is that the warm water really loosens up all that dirt. And so it just kind of comes off very easily with the toothbrush. So. Okay, so that's pretty good in there. Chat here. So the reason why someone's asking why warm water instead of hot. So the problem with hot water is the labels. You can use hot water on like this top piece right here, which doesn't have any stickers on it. But what the really hot water is going to do is it's going to really loosen up the adhesive, and there's a chance that your label might delaminate, it might come off. And obviously you don't want that. It's going to be very difficult to reapply. So just lukewarm water, because really you're just trying to loosen the dirt. You're not, I mean, the warm water is not really going to, warm water versus hot water is not going to make that huge of a difference. Other thing you want to do is clean these channels, because sometimes you have sticky buttons, and that's because there's just a lot of dust accumulation in these channels, and it just binds up the buttons. So make sure you kind of clean in there pretty good. And then we're going to clean the inside. See, and the inside on the tops generally aren't that bad, just because, you know, the dust falls from the top and it doesn't really accumulate on the underside. And again, we're cleaning these button channels. So yeah, the top part isn't going to be super dirty, so you just kind of get in there as best you can. You know, it doesn't have to be super aggressive. Again, your water pressure is going to kind of remove most of that dirt by itself. So now, and kind of like these openings, like the cartridge slot, you want to get around there because, you know, a lot of dust comes in from there. Same with the disc tray, although that's a little bit better because the door does cover it. And then you want to get these inner walls here. Okay, so I think that's pretty, oh yeah, and get these edges here also. Although, again, these aren't as bad as controllers, so they're not as dirty. So, okay, so I think that's pretty good. And what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna set this out to the side here on the counter, and then we're gonna rinse this. And you don't got to put a whole bunch of soap on this. A little goes a long way. All right, so this top part is pretty dirty. Okay, so now here's another thing. So here you're going to see some pretty well embedded dirt right here. And that's going to be hard to get. You might be able to get it out with a screwdriver. But what I see a lot of people do, and I really don't recommend doing this, is I see people try to get stubborn marks. Actually, this is coming out with the toothbrush. That's pretty good. But what I see people do is they use something like a magic eraser. And you really don't want to use magic eraser on plastic at all. I really advise against it. I see people use it a lot, and I kind of just cringe because the magic eraser is incredibly abrasive. And what you're going to do is you're going to damage the plastic, and the finish is not going to be the same. It's going to look a little bit duller than what it did before. So yeah, I strongly discourage the use of, I mean, it'll get the mark out, but you're going to damage the plastic in the process. So again, strongly discourage that. All right, so yeah, this is pretty clean now. Actually, I think we were able to get that black mark out just by a little bit of elbow grease from the toothbrush. The bristles on the toothbrush are soft enough where they aren't really going to scratch the surface. I mean, you don't want to be too aggressive with it because, yeah, then you could damage it potentially, but for the most part, the plastic is pretty stout. Okay, so that's clean. I'm going to go ahead and set the top shell to the side, and then we're going to rinse this off. And as you can see, we were able to kind of get it out. I do still see it a little bit. Let me see if we can maybe just get that out. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, I call that pretty good. I'll show you a way to really kind of get that out if it's still very stubborn, but after we put things together. So, okay, I'm gonna set that aside. And yeah, these smaller pieces, I mean, these are just, these are a little bit easier to clean. So this is the little laser assembly shroud. It just had like loose dust on it, so that should be pretty good. All right, set that aside. This is a little expansion bay door. Again, you don't have to spend too much time on these, just enough to get the dust off and any surface dirt. And then this was the, I believe, the insulating layer that goes in between the power supply and the RF shielding. So yeah, okay. Go ahead, rinse those. Now you want to be careful, obviously. So I have a pretty open drain here. You don't want any small pieces getting in there, otherwise we're gonna have a pretty bad day. Okay, so we'll set that aside. Larger components really won't fit, but some of the smaller buttons can definitely get lost in there. Okay. All right, so now I'm gonna basically soak the RF shielding and some of the other stamped metal pieces. I'll do those kind of all at once. I think that's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, really, instead of the magic eraser, again, toothbrush. The other way you could probably do it, if it's like really embedded dirt, what I tend to do, and I'm gonna kind of show you guys, but I just take a microfiber cloth, put a little bit of isopropyl alcohol, and again, the surface depends, so because isopropyl alcohol is a solvent, so you might damage like lettering, so you gotta be really careful how you apply it as well, but the microfibers can kind of get in those little cracks, and the isopropyl alcohol can sort of kind of remove the dirt that's embedded, you know, because microfiber has some pretty fine fibers and it kind of gets in there. And I find that that works pretty well getting those really embedded pieces, or embedded dirt in the plastic and gets it out. But you can see I got most of it with the toothbrush. Honestly, if I just kind of went with the toothbrush a little bit more, probably would have got all of it. But yeah, so. All right, so I think that's kind of long enough. Let me rinse the toothbrush here and just tackle the RF shielding. And these were pretty clean. Again, it was just a little bit of dust that was on these, but so yeah, another reason I like to do these like deep cleans is you really, I mean, especially, I buy most of my consoles, retro ones especially, obviously I buy them all used, and you really never know what environment they came from. You know, I'm actually allergic to cats and dogs. So if this came from a home with a pet, you know, you can't really just take a duster and blow it all out. So I tend to do these like deep cleans, and that way I know I'm getting kind of all the dander and all that other allergens that make me sneeze, get it all out. So yeah, and that way you know you're kind of starting with a fresh start, so to speak, with these older consoles, getting them as clean. I mean, obviously not new, but definitely starting them off in a nice clean state. That way you can modify them or just keep them stock, whatever you want. All right, so now this has some, I mean, I don't know if you could see it. It's actually not too bad. There's some pitting on this. That's why you want to thoroughly dry everything before you reassemble, because you don't want to have things that corrode further, especially if they've already started corroding. Actually, this isn't too bad. I thought maybe I saw some pitting. Maybe it was just dust. So yeah, again, you want to thoroughly dry everything before assembly. And I'll show you how I sort of fast track the drying process. Some people like to just let it sit overnight. I don't have the patience for that, so I'll show you what I do once we get to that state. Yeah, this is taking a lot longer. What is it, 6:45 here? So we started at 5. Okay, that's actually not too bad. So we might be able to do one more after this. Let's see here. Let's read the chat here. All right, hey, someone's modding their Switch. Actually, I have a pretty decent Switch video planned. I was able to get my hands on that OLED screen for the Switch Lite. And I'm actually also thinking about installing the PicoFly or some sort of mod chip. What do y'all think about that? I've always been hesitant to do it just because the horror stories I hear about, maybe Nintendo trying to strike those videos, but I don't know. The Switch is getting a little bit older. It's still supported, so which makes me nervous, but yeah, maybe I might do the PicoFly. Yeah, I don't know if Wesk is still in the chat or even Red Herring 32, but they're big in the BitBuild community, so those are your guys to answer your questions about all that stuff. Yeah, I wish I had the skill that they had to do all that kind of modding, but yeah. All right, let's see here. Yeah, we're moving along here. Just a few more components, mostly small pieces now. Should move it along. And yeah, for some of these, you don't even really need soap. You're just basically getting the dust out, so. Okay, cool. Okay, let's get all these components rinsed. And I don't know if you can see it in the video, probably not too super well, but the water is absolutely, it's just covered in dust, all the dirt and dust from the shell. Let's see here. Yeah, ColecoVision, I haven't played one ever. Could be an interesting one. So, I'm doing a Sega Saturn right now, 5 of them. I don't think we're gonna do all 5 tonight. That'll be crazy long. We're working on the first one right now. And yeah, I mean, so far things are going pretty well. Can't complain. All right, so now these are kind of some of these smaller plastic pieces. Now for this one, I might use like a, what do you call it? A polish to get the fine scratches out of it, since these kind of shinier pieces tend to scratch up pretty easily. All right, so these are all the remaining parts. These are all the little small components. This should be pretty quick. Okay. And actually now I'm not gonna worry too much about getting soap in the, well, actually no, I am, because we wanna be able to make sure we can see all these pieces. All right, so I'm just gonna do a little rudimentary clean, and actually I'm gonna put them over here because I don't want these to get lost in the drain, and I'll just rinse them one by one once we get to that point. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know if, I actually do have a Fat Model DS video plan, but it's just for a video capture. It's not for improving the screens. Unfortunately, yeah, I don't know if, just because we have the DS Lite, I don't know if anybody's ever gonna make a screen mod for the original DS. That would be cool. I actually have, I kind of like, I mean, it's definitely not a sleek looking device, but you know, it's quirky design. I think I still kind of like it. But I just, it would be cool if we got screen mounts for it. I just don't see it happening. Let's see here. Is there any Wii U portables? I'm sure someone has attempted to do it. I haven't seen it personally. It would be cool if someone just put the entire Wii U inside of the Wii U controller. I mean, that's probably not possible, but it'd be interesting. How's it going, everybody? All right. Okay. Yeah, no, yesterday that was just kind of me trying to test my settings. Obviously, still didn't get it right. I got to work on the chat and the alerts. Yeah, OBS is it's definitely a bit of a learning curve. So, anybody is a streaming guru, you know, shoot me a message on Discord because I definitely need help. It's not as easy as I thought it was going to be. I used Streamlabs before, where everything was a little bit more easy, but I kind of decided that, you know, if I want to do this long term, I kind of just want to use OBS and have all my settings locked in. So yeah, no, there's lots of good plugins. Yeah, the only problem is like getting it all set up. I'm using, you know, a few plugins that, you know, seem like that they kind of do what I want it to do. So I'm streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. And then, you know, this plugin is supposed to combine the chat, but it just didn't work at all. So I'm gonna have to try and figure that out. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Get more soap. We're getting pretty close here, guys. Yeah, there's actually a lot of pieces on the Sega Saturn. It's actually kind of overwhelming. But yeah, the other reason to wear gloves is, especially, you know, more complex consoles like this, so many pieces, dude, my hands, by the time I'm done cleaning them, they get all pruny, they get super duper dry, especially like my fingertips, as you can see, like the brush is going. So I just wear some nitrile gloves like these, and, you know, at least your fingers won't be completely dry by the time you're done. Yeah. I don't know what Sleepy Chat is, so I'm not using that. So this was the greasy door lock mechanism. So just kind of getting all that old grease off. Probably should have used a paper towel with a little bit of isopropyl alcohol to break down the grease, but it's probably good enough. Okay, so that's pretty much all the little pieces. Now I'm just going to rinse them off. I'm going to drain the water here. So all of our parts are cleaned. Just going to rinse off all the water, or all the soap rather. Never heard of peanut butter to remove grease. All right, actually, yeah, wow, that's a lot of dirt right there. Just rinse off the walls here. And a toothbrush. All right, so now what I do is I do like a preliminary drying with some microfiber towels. All right, and this is just to kind of get the large amounts of water off before we come in with the compressed air and get rid of everything else. Okay, so that actually looks pretty good. I mean, yeah, I mean, you're not gonna get rid of, I mean, there's some scuffs on here you're not gonna be able to get rid of. We might be able to use some polish to get the little CD window a little bit cleaner. But yeah, I think that actually looks pretty good. And of course, you gotta be careful with these RF shields. You got some pretty sharp edges. I mean, not that it'll cut you, but if you're not careful, it could. But and also, it gets caught on the microfiber towel. So I just kind of like lightly pat it, and this gets like 80% of the water off of everything. So just the last bit of compressed air gets just the last bit of the water on there. So I mean, that's pretty good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is way cleaner than it was before. There was just kind of dust all in all the crevices here, so this is looking pretty good. I'm actually, yeah, this is probably one of the easier ones. I probably should have started with the white one, just because that was, the white really shows all the scuffs and everything. Now, another thing you want to be careful with the microfiber, and especially the inside of these shells, these little pegs really get caught on these and you might break one of them. Not that it's the end of the world, but some of these help with the alignment of like different components. So you just kind of want to be a little bit careful and maybe more pat it than kind of rub it, because you can pull one of those pegs, and if it's kind of an important one, it might be an issue. Likely not too big of a deal, but yeah, look at that. I mean, this looks fantastic. I mean, if you look in here, there was like all this dust in these corners here. Now this is like super fresh. All right. Yeah, I wonder if there's like replacement, like these like feet, because these are like quite deteriorated. We'll keep them for now, but they're kind of, you can see, separating, they're splitting a little bit. But yeah, as you can see, yeah, the Sega labels are pretty good. I mean, this thing is like completely fine. And this one in the back here as well. It handles the water pretty good. But again, you don't want to use like really hot water, because it could cause these to come off. Lukewarm water though, you'll likely be fine. And cool. Okay, it's looking pretty good. Let's see here. Yeah, no, the analog pocket's very nice. Great piece of hardware. And it's flexible. I like the open FPGA. You can play like Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis. I think, wait, does it play? I haven't looked at it recently, but I thought I saw that the analog pocket supports, was it PlayStation? No, maybe I'm misremembering that. I know the Mr. FPGA does support it. Okay. Yeah, actually, I'm not sure, guys. We might only have time for one console. Geez, I can't believe it's 7 o'clock already. Yeah, it's definitely overly ambitious, but yeah, so maybe one console a night. Maybe that might be the move. Yep, there we go. Okay, so, oh no, we've got to dry these pieces. Lots of little parts in the Sega Saturn. Lots and lots. Wow. I'm not sure if, I'm sure there, I know I saw that there were custom shells for the Switch to Joy-Cons. I don't know if there is one for the console itself. But I'm sure at some point there will be, definitely. What I'm hoping, I don't know if it's gonna happen, but I think maybe most people will disagree. I'm a fan of the Switch Lite. I just like the smaller form factor. And I really hope that Nintendo comes out with a Switch 2 Lite that is actually small, like maybe about the same size as the original Switch Lite. I think that's like the perfect size. Yeah, I don't know, when it comes to handhelds, like I'm not a huge fan of like really big ones, like the Steam Deck, like that's just like massive. You know, for example, like the new 3DS. Like I like the regular 3DS, well, the new 3DS, but like the KTR 001, not the XL or the LL. Those are, I don't know, I just find them to be, I mean, they're still better than, they're like kind of, I guess, the size of the Switch Lite, but I just like small handhelds. That's just me though. Let's see. Repairability at the analog, not so much. Yeah, no, the analog pocket's pretty simple. It's just like a single board. Haven't had any issues with mine, so I don't know. But question: this gray Saturn, what country was that one? So this was for the this was for Japan. All of the Sega Saturns are Japanese. The ones that I'm refurbing here, I bought them all from Yahoo Auctions Japan using Sendico. And yeah, they're in questionable condition, but they mostly all worked nice, which is, you know, I was actually kind of surprised. I thought more would have issues, but you know, Sega Saturn is pretty robust. 3 of them worked completely, and 2 had varying degrees of issues. One like kind of powered on, but no image would display, and the other, it would not load a game. I think the CD, like it would turn on, but the CD drive wouldn't load anything. So Okay. Okay, so we pretty much dried everything. Let me see, I guess I'll move to the other, yeah, I'm gonna move over to the other side real quick and I'll show you how I dry everything thoroughly. All right, we come over here to the table. Okay, so we got the shells here. I'm gonna put these here. Now, this is gonna get a bit loud. Before I do it, I'm gonna clean the tabletop. Just because there's actually quite a bit of dust from the Sega Saturn. And I don't want that blowing everywhere, all over the studio. So I'm just gonna kind of clean it. Okay. Okay. Let's see here, what are people saying? Honest question, how much tax do you guys, oh, I don't know. I got this before the whole, you know, tariff thing. So I didn't pay any on these. I recently got I think Sendico takes like 10% or something, and they basically pay any of the duties for you. Yeah, I think it's 10%. So, yeah. Let's see here. What's the best PS1 portable? I would say maybe like the PSP or the Vita, because you can get PS1 games to play on those pretty good. Hold on a second. Let me get my tool here. All right, so I'm gonna like mute when I do this because it gets loud, but I use this, you don't need like a Makita, but you know, there's a bunch of brands that make these like, you know, these battery powered blowers. So basically air shoots out of here and you can blow out all of the water. Before I had this, I had one that was corded, which worked well for years, but I just kind of decided to go with a wireless option. It's just a lot easier. You don't have to worry about plugging something in and the wires all over the place. And yeah, I'm kind of trying to, you know, I decided to kind of go with Makita. Kind of converting all my power tools over to Makita. So yeah, so basically all I do is just blow it out. All right, so I'm gonna mute this because it's gonna get kind of loud, but I'm just gonna kind of use this compressed air to blow out any water in all of the crevices, but that doesn't take care of the water for the most part. So if you look in here, you're not gonna be able to really see it. Actually, let me switch the angle up a little bit. But if you look inside of these screw posts, I'm not sure if you're gonna be able to see it, but there's basically water inside those screw posts. You can kind of see it shining a little bit. You can see it in there too. So to get those out, you can try to kind of blow this air through, but what I actually use is compressed air in a can, and I'll show you how I do that in a second. First, I'm going to get rid of all this, as much moisture as I can with this. So let me go ahead and mute here real quick while I do that. So you can see that blows out a lot of water. You can see like kind of all the water that kind of came out. And actually I'm gonna pat dry some of all the water that came out of all the little crevices. And then I'm gonna continue onward. All right, so let me put you back on mute. All right, so yeah, that gets rid of like 85, 90% of all the moisture. Now, like for example, this is where the motherboard screws down to, and you basically have all these screw posts, and there is, actually this was able to get a lot of it out, but what I do, just to really make sure, I use compressed air with these, these little like straws. And what you do is you put the straw in, and then you kind of, I'm gonna change the angle here. And what I'll do is so this is where the controller, let me see if that'll focus. So let me do a different one because that's not focusing. So like right here, so this is where kind of the RF shield and the motherboard comes in. So what I'll do typically is I just take the straw end and I basically put it right in there, kind of just like that. But you know, you got to leave it a little bit open so the water can escape, and then you just go, and that just basically blows out any water that was in there. And I do the same for, basically I just go around and I do them all, just kind of one or two quick ones, and that just gets it all. You probably can't really see it fly out there, but just that quick release of air just kind of just pushes all the water that's in there out. And you just got to do it in the screw hole. So not all these are screw posts. Only some of them are. Okay, I think we got most of them here. Switch the angle up for you. Yeah, so that's going to get most of the water out, and really, especially here during the winter, it's already, I mean, the humidity inside my apartment's like 20%. It's really, really low. So whatever is left over, I think we got the vast majority, will dry up pretty quick. And let me just go ahead and do that with these as well. All these screw holes. Oh yeah, there's water in there. Water in there. Ooh. So there's a lot of screw holes. Oh, I didn't even switch, sorry about that guys, I didn't even switch the angle. There we go. These I'm going over twice because a lot of these had quite a bit of water in them. Okay, that's looking pretty good. I'll just go over one more time. So usually the top and bottom shell are like the hardest parts to dry, but I think we got them pretty good. I'm gonna get all the other parts, okay? All right, so yes, I'm just picking up all the much smaller components. The ones that have like small crevices, like the buttons, those are gonna require some use of probably the compressed, actually I can probably use the Makita for that. So get all the parts there. And just a few more components. The RF shields, since there's really no crevices in those, I think those have dried up pretty nicely. So we'll leave those as is. And this is pretty much it. So we got everything here. And they're looking, actually, touch the top camera. Let me set that back. Okay, so yeah. A lot of these are looking dry. Yeah, this is like perfectly dry. So I'm gonna set that aside. But stuff like this, where if you look, you got all these, let's see if it'll focus. Yeah, like right in here, there's a lot of water that collects in there, and you just gotta blow it out. I'm just gonna use my Makita. And that's gonna blow out most of it, so I think we're pretty good there. So I'm just gonna do that for most of these. All right, so this is dry. Okay, I'm gonna set that aside. The buttons here, again, you know, kind of this little opening here, water collects in there, and then also kind of within. And that really gets pretty much all of it out. Okay, put all the dry stuff over here. There's nothing for, whoops. Got nothing really to collect in there. Small button. All dry. I think pretty much everything is really dry. Fantastic. Yeah, so I think we're good to, oh, no, so we still need to actually clean up a few other components that, namely the motherboard, the power supply, and the controller port. And what we're gonna do is we're just gonna do sort of like a very cursory, I'm gonna go over the sink to do that, and I'm gonna show you, since those boards are actually very, very clean, we'll go ahead and yeah, all these other components are perfectly dry. So I'm gonna meet you back over at the sink. So bear with me 1 second. All right, so what I'm gonna do here, if you look at this is actually, okay, here, so there's actually quite a bit of dust right here. So, and you know, kind of all around the things, these kind of outwardly facing parts, like, you know, the little expansion bay, cartridge slot, the AV port. Yeah, so those are a little dusty. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my ESD safe brush, and actually what I like to do is, you know, you make sure all the electronics are far away, but I usually like to coat the sink, you know, kind of have it a little bit wet. And what that's gonna do is when I take this and I go like this with the dust is gonna basically get stuck to the wet sink. And basically it won't go flying everywhere. So I just go like that, and I just get rid of all the dust. And the nice thing about this ESD safe brush, it kind of just goes, it just glides over all the components. And this board's actually pretty clean. The capacitors actually look pretty good. And let's go on the bottom part as well. Ideally also you could do this outside, but obviously it's like freezing outside. So we're not gonna do that. Now what I might do with this is, yeah, this is a very clean board, I'm not gonna lie. This is looking pretty good. Yeah, I might do an FRAM chip mod. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, if the optical drive works well, I'd like to keep it. You know, we could use something like the satiator to load games, but this is clean. Like, I mean, okay, we got like the dust out, and then what I'll do is I'm going to take this. These bristles are a little bit stiffer, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside these ports, and I'm just going to attack them. Get rid of any loose dirt and debris that's sort of built up on those. And the same thing with the cartridge. And this is where most of the dirt accumulated. And this is gonna get rid of most of your dust here. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. I mean, hey, I don't know, what do you think? Let me know in the chat. Oh, so the FRAM chip mod is for basically the Sega Saturn. You can actually save your games, and I forget what it is. Where it's is it on the bottom? It might be on the bottom. I forget where exactly it's located. But you can actually save your games on the console, but it requires a coin cell battery, and if that battery dies, you lose all your save files. FRAM mod basically allows you to not have to have the coin cell battery. Now you still need this for the clock, but you won't lose your save data. So yeah, okay. All right, so that's good. Set that aside. And we're gonna do the same thing with the capacitor. Now, with the capacitors, the power supply, you wanna be a little bit careful. Don't touch like the bottom. You know, some of these capacitors could have charges built up on it. So just be very careful when you handle these. Yeah, I mean, really, like, I mean, this is actually pretty clean as well, but just be very careful when you handle these. And we're just gonna get rid of the cursory dust. I mean, I've handled many power supplies. I've never gotten shocked, but guys, you got to be careful. Okay, safety first. And the nice thing with this brush, it gets in all the little tight crevices. It's looking pretty good. These are, I mean, the caps on this look fantastic. None of them have, none of the tops are bulging. I don't see any leaking fluid. Yeah, this actually looks really good. And then again, I'm gonna take the stiff bristles and I'm gonna clean the connector. Okay. And kind of the last component is, a lot of this I'm gonna clean probably by hand, but I'm going to try and get some dust away from here. Again, I'm not going to touch the rail just because it has grease on it. I don't want to get grease on my brush. So I'm just going to kind of dust maybe the board a little bit. Yeah, and then we'll use a Q-tip to really kind of get, when we sort of refurbish the mechanism, the rails. I mean, this is pretty clean, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Clean the spindle. Yeah, this is good. Okay. All right. I think for the most part we're good. So let's go back over to the table, and I'm going to clean the laser assembly. Okay, so let's clean up the table slightly. Get all these components out of the way. All right, so now comes sort of the tricky part here. We're gonna change the angle up here for you. we're going to basically clean this rail right here that the laser slides up and down, and just to allow it to operate a little bit smoother. So let's see how this one is. Okay, yeah, so basically this is what we're going to do. Here you can see that's where it's going to come out. So basically we got to move this little tab to the side. And when we move that tab to the side, let me see if I can get that on camera. We're going to push, let me get a little spudger here. We're going to push the rail forward and out. So here you can see I'm going to push that little plastic tab to the side, and we're going to push that rail forward. And maybe easier. Okay, there we go. See, now I can actually, because it's already locked out, and we just push it forward. Okay, just like that. And I'm going to show you how exactly I clean these, because you want to make sure basically to get all of the dust out. All right, so that rail is coming out very simply. Actually, we're going to move the laser back a little bit, and eventually we can just pull it the rest of the way out. There we go. All right, so that rail comes out. It's actually, I mean, because I pulled it through the mechanism, it got all the dust off really, but what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use some of this lint-free Kim wipes. And desk is getting pretty crowded here, guys, but all right. And what I have here is my little isopropyl alcohol dispenser. And I'm going to take my Kim Tech wipe, and I'm going to get a little bit of alcohol on there, and we're going to degrease and clean this rail. Get this thing fresh. Okay. Boom. That thing is clean, and we're going to set that to the side. Okay, so now the laser assembly, we are going to take it off. Okay, so because we got the rail out, we can slide it out, and let's see here. I want to maybe disconnect it. Actually, I might disconnect it from what's going to be easier. Actually, yeah, I'm going to disconnect it here, right here. And let me go ahead, and got the bails here on both sides. Let me grab, you really don't want to grab it where you're going to touch the laser. I'm trying to grab it by the actual frame, and you really don't want to touch any of the ribbons. So let's see here. So I'm grabbing it right here by the frame, and then we can delatch. I don't know if you can see that. I'm delatching the ribbon. Yeah, I'm on now. Got the one side unlatched. Might have to do this a little bit off camera. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get a little flathead. It's another little trick I use. Where's the screwdriver? Where's the screwdriver? There it is. What we can do is you can apply a little bit of leverage with a flathead, and I'll show you how. Let me see here. So basically you just kind of stick it here and you just twist. Yeah. Yep, there we go. And we'll do the same here. Actually, we don't need to, but there we go. All right, so now that ribbon comes out, and we have the assembly by itself, and we can give that a slight dusting. There's some dust around it, so let's go ahead and set that aside. And what we're going to do with that out, we're going to kind of, again, take some isopropyl alcohol. We're going to get rid of all the dust around there. And so that's the other rail that it slides on, and we're going to re-grease that as well. All right, and we're going to clean it. You can see like how dirty that is. You can see that on camera, but yeah, nasty. We're just going to clean this all up. basically get rid of as much of the old grease as possible. And then we're gonna re-grease it. Oh, and okay, so now, so we're getting all the grease off of the frame here. Now the other place where you want to get the grease is inside where the original, where the rail goes. And so that's right, I mean, you can actually see it's covered in dust right there. It's basically right inside. It's gonna be hard for you to see that, but right, this piece right here, the rail goes right in there, and that's got a bunch of dust caked into it, so we're gonna clean that out. Let me show you the way I do that. So the way I do that is, again, I take a Kimtech wipe and I bunch it up, or I twist it rather, like this. So, kind of like that. So it's kind of thin, and then I put a little pool of isopropyl alcohol and I douse it. Okay, so now that that's soaked in isopropyl alcohol, I pull it through. It's gonna be hard to do on camera. Let me see here. I might have to do it off camera. And use my tweezers. Yeah, there we go. There, so I pull it through. And then I kind of twist it, and that just kind of gets rid of all of the caked grease and dust and debris that's kind of built up over the years. Yeah. Especially inside. And that's looking much cleaner in there. And then what I'll do, so unfortunately, like the Q-tips, actually, ooh, you know what? I have these new Q-tips. I'm gonna try those out. So the Q-tips are a little bit too big to fit in there. So I'm gonna clean as much of the grease on. Kind of like that. There's some dust over here, so I'm gonna get rid of that dust. That's looking pretty good. Okay, so actually let me show you this new Q-tip I have. You know, they don't have too much, I got these a while ago, but I don't really use them because I keep forgetting I have them, but they have a very small, like little kind of tip right here. So I'm gonna put a little bit of alcohol on there. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna clean the inside of that circle area, which is where the rail slides on, okay? Boom, boom, boom. Oh wow, this is perfect for this. Okay. And then for the final thing to clean, I'm gonna very lightly, barely, so, I'm using a Kimtech wipe, just a little bit of isopropyl alcohol, and I'm just gonna kind of go over it. I'm not even using a Q-tip. The Q-tips, I'm always afraid because those can, you know, put a little bit too much pressure. This, though, you're just kind of gliding it on top with a wet, kind of a damp, or, you know, the Kimtech wipe has, you know, some isopropyl alcohol in it. And then you just take a dry part, and then with the dry part, you kind of dry it. That's it, man. That should be good. It was already I think this was already reading games, so like it should be fine. But this is just to kind of really make it nice and clean. Okay, so I think the laser assembly is good now. And yes, I am not sponsored by Kimtech. Hey, Castlemania Games, how's it going? Is that you, Ryan? Yeah, so if Kimtech Wipes wants to sponsor the channel, hey, that'd be great. I use them all the time. Yeah, so, okay, and we're just gonna kind of clean the gears a little bit. These I don't think need to be really lubricated. They feel pretty good, but I might Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they feel pretty good. This feels fine. We just got most of the dust out of the way, which is really all I wanted to do. Now comes the sort of tricky part. You got to put it back on. And what I do is I actually put it on dry. I don't put the, I actually don't put the grease on yet. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and get a good angle there. And I'm gonna go ahead and insert the rail here, barely, just a little bit. And then I'm gonna take the assembly. And what you have to do is you have to put this little, this guide right here first. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna connect the ribbon cable first. Okay, and actually, the ribbon cable had a lot of dust on it, so let me clean that real quick. Okay, so let's go ahead and connect the ribbon cable first before we do anything. You want to make sure it's evenly seated. You don't want to have to come back in later and realize you didn't connect it correctly. So let's go ahead and put that in. Okay. Yep, now that's at an angle, so I'm going to have to do that again. This is definitely finicky. The laser assembly, very delicate. Actually, I probably could have done all this with the ribbon cable connected. So and I'm thinking I probably should have just left it connected, but that's fine. Let's, make sure it's in there plumb. Put that in like that. And then put that in like that. Goes in like, okay, I think we're good. Okay, so that's in. And now, oh, sorry, like I said, we're gonna put the rail, or the guide on the rail there, and then we're gonna push this through the guide on the other side for the, yep, so that's pretty much in there. And what we can do is we can actually move it forward. Let's move it forward. That way it's easier to put it all the way. And then, okay, we're gonna put the rail, and the rail is now locked, okay, locked. So now, I mean, this actually moves pretty freely as is, but we're gonna put a little bit of grease on there. So the way I like to do it is I move it all the way to the back, okay? And then get my grease, and I get a toothpick. I use toothpicks because you know, a Q-tip absorbs a little bit too much, and this gives you a little bit more accuracy. So what I do is I just get a little bit of grease on the tip right there, and I put it a little bit, spread some on the top, spread some on the side, spread some on the other side. And then what I do is also spread it on the bottom, best I can. And then, you know, I kind of just, you know, move it around a little bit, and that gets a pretty decent coating. And then what you can do is you can move it all the way forward. Okay, it's going to scoop some of that up, and then you put some on the back part. Okay, so the white stuff is it's a grease. This is a special grease. Unfortunately, I think I bought it on eBay or something, and it's, I spent a lot of time researching like plastic grease that's safe for plastics, because some greases can cause plastics to swell or crack. And it was important to get one that was safe for plastics. And what I arrived to was So this is called synthetic polyolefin lubricant, or PAO grease. You're gonna see it right there. That's what I'm using. I've been using it for years. I think people say they use white lithium grease, which, you know, I think is fine as well. I use this stuff, and you know, like I said, I bought this like maybe 5 years ago, and I got like an entire lifetime supply left. But yeah, so that's what I'm using. All right, so now I'm gonna do the same thing on the other side. Just apply a little bit of grease onto that rail. And it's probably gonna be challenging to get it onto the bottom. I'm gonna try from the other side. I'm coming in from this side here to get it on the bottom side. All right. And then again, we're gonna move that around. Just gonna spread it. I'm gonna put some right here on this side. So that moves pretty smoothly. And what I'm going to do is I then will take a Q-tip, a fresh one because that one's dirty. And we're going to kind of remove the excess here on the extremes because there's plenty of grease on there. And as the assembly moves forward and back, it'll pick it up and spread it more evenly. And that's it, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a fully serviced laser assembly. It was working before, but this is just to kind of ensure it works well into the future. Okay, so that's assembled. We still need the grease because we're now gonna rebuild the top assembly where the laser, the disc door is, because you remember there was some grease on that as well. So I'm gonna set this aside. We're gonna grab, I'm gonna go ahead and switch the angle here. All right, so getting a little crowded here on the table. So we have this. Put the grease over here. And then we got the door. So let's go ahead and put the, and actually I can already see here. So we're gonna put the door through, or the door hinge rather through. Okay, is that not, there we go. All right, so the door is, so I wanna make sure that's aligned here. Okay, so the door is there, like that. And actually, what I'm gonna do is, there's still some caked on grease right there, so I'm gonna actually clean that before, and I'm gonna apply fresh grease right there. I don't know if you can see that on camera. There's some old caked on grease on that hinge area. So I'm gonna get some isopropyl alcohol to break it down. And we're gonna apply some fresh grease right there. Yeah, you kind of see how that's yellowed. That's old. That's the old grease. And it's the same thing on the other side, so I'm gonna clean the other side too. All right. Yeah. And we'll get it on the actual hinge itself. We're gonna apply some fresh grease there. Fantastic. Fantastic. All right. So how I'm gonna do this is I'm going to just, actually for this I will use the small Q-tip. I'm gonna use the toothpick as I usually do. So I'm gonna put a little grease on the toothpick, and we're gonna put it right on that little hinge right there, and then we're gonna also put it on this hinge right here as well. And you know, I'm also going to put some on the hinge itself. I don't know if you can see that, but so that way maybe it'll spread it by itself. I'm going to put it on this side as well. And this will ensure a smooth operation. And we're going to go ahead and set that right on the hinge. Yeah, perfect. So right there, got the fresh grease, and right there we got the fresh grease, so that's good. Okay, now let's start with the non-spring loaded side. So that's this side right here. And I don't remember the pieces that I used for that. So that's why I'm going to use the pictures. Let me take my gloves off. So we got the okay, so we're doing the non-spring loaded side, which is this side. And let's, yes, okay, yeah, so before we forget, so we have, I guess that's good. So we have the door, actually, which is gonna go on at the same time as that side. So we know which way the spring went there, and there's the picture of all the parts that we use. So I'm gonna grab all those parts. That's why we take pictures, guys. Otherwise, we'll forget. So we need this part. We need, I might have to take a little break here to clean my desk off. There's a lot of crap on here. I'm starting to lose everything. All right, so we're gonna need this. We need, there's another, oh gosh, where is it? Holy moly. So we got the cartridge door. We need that. Oh yeah, and we need these. We got a lot of springs here, which we're gonna need. Not yet actually, but the only spring we need is this one. All right, so we got this spring. We're gonna need the damper. This is what prevents the door from opening really quickly. And where's that other part? There's supposed to be, remember that there's like an insulated piece, and that's to ensure that the power supply does not short on this metal bracket. And that's a pretty important piece. So where is it? Oh, here it is. Found it. Okay, it's clear, so it's a little hard to see. So we need that. Okay. So the way we did this, hold on, let me open up the photos here. All right, so, okay. Okay, so I think the first piece, and I'm gonna kind of clean it off because it is a little bit dusty. The first piece we're gonna put in is the damper. And that goes in, if I remember correctly, it goes in right here. Yes, okay. And we have our screws for that. All right, how's everybody doing? This is definitely turning out much longer than, or taking much longer than I thought it would. Let me see here. And let's see. Okay. All right. Okay, so we're gonna put that in. I think that was the first piece to go in. So that goes in first screw. And the second screw goes right there. Ooh, that is not aligned. There it is. Oh, that's interesting. So the way these screws are allows you to kind of align. It's interesting. Okay, so we got that. The next piece is, I think we're gonna have to do kind of in tandem here. So this goes, how is it? So this goes like this, but we need to put this on at the same time. So first things first is we got to get the spring, which I got right here. I'm going to put the spring on the cartridge connector. Okay, now let me see how we did that. The way I did that was, okay, so I have cartridge connector is like that. That's like that. And these are the same length, I think. Oh, no. Yeah, okay. So the spring has to go like that. And what we need to do is we need to grab this and we put into this little hole, we put the cartridge slot mechanism. Okay, so I think that's all the way as far in as it's gonna go. And then we drop this in. Just like that. Oh, no, I lied. We gotta put the other hinge, I'll show you here once I get it in. There we go. So that's in, you gotta make sure you put the other hinge of the cartridge connector on that side. And that works well. So that's in. And then we take the little insulating piece of plastic and that goes right here like this. So this little tab goes in here and then we lock that down with a screw. So let me grab the screws for that. These are thankfully all the same. Excuse me. Okay, and then that goes right in there. Now, another thing I'd like to mention, it's just what I usually do. So I really, these plastic threads are, you want to maintain them as best you can because you can really damage them if you cross thread. So what I like to do is when I screw in these screws, I kind of go counterclockwise until I hear it kind of clicks like that. And that means I caught the thread, and then it just goes in buttery smooth and no cross threading. All right, okay. And we'll do the same thing with this last screw here. Go counterclockwise, catch the thread, and boom, we are good. Okay. All right, so now, yeah, so you see how that's kind of like dampened? It doesn't just drop, and that's because of this thing right there, okay? So now, we're gonna install the, you know what? I think maybe we should install the locking mechanism so that it's locked before we actually put in the spring-loaded thing for the door, because we don't want the door constantly springing open. We want it locked down. So we're gonna need a few pieces for that. We're gonna need this. We're gonna need its spring, which I believe is this one right here. Wipe that down. And again, I took a picture because I don't know if you remember, but I certainly don't remember how it went in. All right, let's see here. So the way that lock-in mechanism went in was, okay, yeah, so we need also this plate right here, okay? And, oh, the buttons. We got to put the buttons in. So not the power button, but we need to put the door open button, as well as the, oh, actually that's it. We just need this one, because that's all we're putting in. And actually, if I remember correctly, this was also greased. So we're going to put some grease there as well. I'll show you how I do that. But let's take these out for now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put just grease right, just a little bit. I'll show you. I'll show you right here. Just a little bit. No, you don't need a lot. Just a little bit. Bam. There we go. Okay, and then I'm going to take the button and I'm going to press fit it in. Actually, before I do that, just because I don't want any issues moving forward. Oh, okay, I think that was a spring dropped. Okay, I'm gonna put in this, actually, you know what? I don't know if I'm gonna put that in now, because I kind of wanna, yeah, I'm gonna put it in. I mean, this is like pretty decent. It is a little bit scratched up, but you know, that's fine. I mean, the whole console's pretty scratched up, so. I'm gonna go ahead and pop this in first. And the way that went in, it just pops in. Boom, there it is. Easy peasy. And yeah, now we can put the button in. I mean, I already put the grease, so all you do is you just press, fit it in. Okay, just gotta, come on. All right. Yeah, you don't want to break these tabs, so just be very careful. There we go. There we go. Boom. And that is in there. Okay. And you can spread that grease around a little bit, kind of collected there on the tip. Oops. So let's just go ahead and there we go. Okay. So, now in order to put this on, let me follow the disassembly okay, so the way this goes on is this goes, we have this peg right here. Can you see that? There we go. We've got a peg right there, so I'm going to put a little bit of grease on that point because the lock pivots on it. Okay, just a little bit. And actually, I'm also going to put grease on that point right there because that rubs on the release button. So let's go ahead and put a little bit of grease there. Ooh, that's a lot. Okay, that should be enough. And we're going to do it on the, actually we don't need to do it on the opposite side. So that's good. Okay, so we're going to put this right there. Yeah, and so basically you're going to, this kind of rubs, I don't know if you can see that, but yeah. So that's going to kind of push up on that latch mechanism, right? Okay. And right now it is locked, so we're gonna put it like that. Okay, now we're gonna put the spring on, I think. Yes. So the spring, the way this mechanism goes on is, it's gonna go kind of like this. It's gonna, this little part goes underneath. That goes right on the pivot point, and that's it. We're good. We're good right there. And I don't think any grease needs to go on this. Although what I will do, yeah, you know, I'm going to put a little bit of grease on this top part right here because I think that might rub up on the plastic. So just a little bit. I mean, you don't need a lot. It's just a little bit. Okay, I'm going to put it on the pivot point right here too, on the spring. Oops. I mean, we don't need a lot. Boom. That's good enough. Put it back. put it back. Okay. And then we can, we can take this and put it on here. I think it's gonna go like, let's see here, like that. No, wait, how's this going? Do I got this right? Let me look at the picture. I got the picture here. Oh no, okay, I got it wrong. There we go. This goes like that, okay? And let's see, how am I doing this? Oh yeah, here we go. There, right there. Just like that. Okay, we got it. Whew. See, it's, guys, if you don't have pictures, I'm telling you, it's gonna make your life way more difficult. So definitely take pictures. See, I got a picture right here. This is the picture I'm using. All right, here, I can show you right there. Okay. All right, so now we're gonna screw this down and we're gonna make sure this locking mechanism actually works. So again, counterclockwise, lock the thread, smooth as butter. Okay, and then the other one, right there, smooth as butter. And then the last step here is we gotta take the spring and we gotta latch it. I'm gonna take my tweezers here. I don't know if you can see the little spring right there. And it's gonna kind of go under right there. And it's gonna live right there. And now, the button is nice. Ooh, that is smooth. That's way smoother than it was before. Oh yeah. And then, you can see here how it locks, or it unlocks rather. Look how, so, you know, it unlocks and then it locks. There we go. All right, now, the last piece, my God, yeah, I feel like probably assembling the top part is more work than the rest of the console. So this is the last hinge right here. Let's get that going. Now for this, okay, we're going back to my photo here to pull all the parts I need. So that was the second one we did. So right here you can see, here's the photo I took. These are all the components I need. So I need this metal bracket. I need that large spring, and I actually think that's it. I think those are the only pieces I need. Okay. So let's clean the spring. Okay, there it is. Let's see here. So the way this is oriented, that goes, so it's gonna go like this. It's gonna go like that, but we gotta put this piece first. Oh, let me see. Okay, I gotta look at this picture here. So yeah, okay. So that goes like that. And this is on the inside. Okay, so, okay, here we go. So basically you're gonna get your spring oriented like this. It's gonna go like that, and it's gonna rest just like that, right there. Okay, and then we're gonna take this. I'm not seeing any other pieces, so yeah, I think this is all we need. Oop, and that just goes like that. And we're just gonna lock that down. Again, I got my 2 screws. The key thing here, guys, is just being organized. Keeping track of all your parts, taking photos. You can do anything. Oops. All right, so let's go back. I'm like 90% sure that's all we gotta do. Oops. Let's get that. The only problem is this screwdriver has a very strong magnet in it, and it keeps on pulling the spring, okay? There we go, got that side locked down. And we gotta do one more screw right there. Okay, and there we go. And we got it. Okay, now all we gotta do is, make sure the spring is over the plastic like that. And then we just take this, and actually, yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm going to show you this. So you can actually adjust the tension on the spring. You can either, this is the low tension, but you can actually slot it. Let me see if I can get that in there. You can actually, okay, so if focus is right here. So you can either put it there, or you can put it on the one below it, down there. That's high tension. We're gonna go low tension because you don't want to put too much tension on this. So, and now what we got is we got a beautiful, functioning, like brand new latch. Oh, that's butter smooth. Butter smooth. Actually, let's see what it looks like when we adjust the tension. So if we make it, so that's low tension, let's do high tension. Yeah, it just kind of opens up a little bit faster. I like the low tension though. I like it opening slower. And I like knowing that there's not too much tension on this. But yeah, so that's fully refurbished, very clean, and nice and slow. Okay, so the only other thing we need to do up here is put in these buttons. Actually, just the one, because the power button actually goes onto the power switch. So I'm just gonna put in the reset button here. That just clips into place beautifully. This is great. This is looking fantastic. All right, so top shell done. Now let's move our attention to the bottom shell. All right, guys, we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, okay, I got to walk over to the sink to get the RF shielding, which should be dry. Or not the RF shielding, the motherboard. So I got the motherboard and the power supply. Okay, I'm gonna set these off to the side. All right, so here we got the RF shield. Now, there is a thing where we got to, let me switch the angle here for you. The ribbon cable for the controller is a little bit tricky because it kind of goes over and under. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first put this in. Okay? I think we can all agree that's fine. That goes in first. And then we had, okay, yeah. So now, so that's something I'm gonna do. So basically, in order to clean this, all I'm gonna do is, really just the ports are a little bit dusty. So I'm just gonna take my microfiber cloth, which is nice and damp because we were drying things off. And it's gonna pick up all that dust nicely around the controllers. Okay. And yeah, sorry guys, I don't mean to ignore the chat, but I feel like this is taking longer and I don't want people to get bored. But yeah, so, okay, so this is pretty clean, to be honest. And it just required a little bit of dusting. And those ports look pretty good, pretty darn good. All right, this bad boy's clean. All right, so now this goes, okay, now there's another RF shield, yeah, so this is, okay. All right, so we're gonna put this in. Oops, let's get that on camera. So now we're just gonna go ahead and we're gonna actually, yeah, no, this is good. We're gonna put that in. Okay, that's nice. And that goes right in there. And then with the RF shield, we have to, we need to put in a few things. The light pipes for the access read LED and the power LED, and the reset button spring and the button itself. So now, remember how these go in. I think these were angled forward and they just press in. So that presses right in. And this is angled forward and also presses right in. Just like that. And then the spring, if you remember, it just slides right in here and there's a little guide. Oops, oops, okay, come on. Yeah, there we go. So let me switch the angle so you can get a better look at that. So right there, you can see how the spring is latched in there. And there's a little pin, or a little piece that kind of aligns it. And then all we do is we just, was it this side? Yeah, this side. Just, boop, just presses right in, just like that, and that's our reset button. Because the reset button is right there, and this just presses it. Okay, and then all we do is this clips right in, like so, and that's it. Okay, so we got the light pipes, we got that, reset button does press. Awesome. Oops, wrong one, there we go. Oop, no, not that one. Boom, there we go. So now what we can do is, this is where okay, let me see, because we have 2 ribbon cables we gotta be cognizant of. This one for the controller port, I'm gonna get some dust off that. And then this one here on the motherboard for the CD assembly. And the way I think, okay, so yeah, this goes like that. I think actually the way I'm gonna do this, okay, this is how I'm gonna do it. Here we go. Okay, so basically what I'm gonna do is take the RF shield, I'm gonna kind of put it right up like that, and then I'm gonna feed the laser, the optical drive ribbon cable through the side right here, because that needs to come in through the side. Just like that. So now it's on top. Okay, and then also be careful this other to power, I think, the CD-ROM assembly. And now we have the RF shield on top of and then you can put this in, because there's a little bit of ribbon cable, or a little bit, I don't know why they put the RF shield there. They should have just cut that off. It's a real pain in the butt, because now you can install, here, let me get you in on there. So if you look right here, the RF shield basically goes, the ribbon has to go over it. So you can't connect it before, otherwise the ribbon will be underneath it. So now we can go ahead and pop that in. Okay, just like that. And then we can go ahead and drop in the motherboard, which kind of goes in right on top, just like that. Ooh, wait a second. Am I doing this right? Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if the ribbon cable goes on top or below the RF shield on the controller port, but I think that goes just like that. And then we can place the other side of the ribbon cable onto the controller. And that's going to be challenging also. There we go. Okay, so that's in. We can stick this down if there's enough adhesive, and yeah, there's a little bit. Great. Okay. We're on the home. Oh my God, guys. I can't. Okay. All right. So my bad. I gotta take this out. I forgot to put the optical drive pylons on this, and there's screws on the other side. So obviously, yeah. So I gotta take that back out. Let me see. I'm just catching up on your comments. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm gonna try and do a little bit better. You know, I'm trying to get back into the streaming thing. For those of you who are joining in now, the plan is at least 1 week out of the month, I'm basically gonna do streaming for multiple days for that week. So I'm probably gonna stream about 3 times this week. Yeah, so just to kind of give you a heads up. But anyway, so let's kind of dial it back here again. So I gotta basically unplug this ribbon cable. This ribbon cable, this thing is like really hard. It's a real pain in the butt. So I'm gonna grab the motherboard by the cartridge connector. Be very delicate if you do that. And what I'm gonna do is, gosh, what a pain. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna disconnect this ribbon cable. That'll make that a little bit easier. And I'm gonna disconnect this one too. Okay, yeah, that'll make it easier slightly. All right, so let's put these pylons on. So all these things do, they just stick in. They're keyed, so they only go in one way. Well, that's a lie. Actually, they can go in either way. It doesn't, oh, wait. No, yeah, actually it doesn't matter. Yeah, they just kind of go in, they clip in. I think. Yeah, so that clips in like that. You may need to get a spudger to help the clips clip in. Now I'm going to move this out of the way because I don't want to damage the motherboard. All right, so actually, that's going to be a little bit challenging. So the issue I'm having here, guys, is the RF shield is pretty sharp, and it's catching on the clips. So really, you got to kind of press the clip in if you can, or maybe put in one clip first, and then what you'll do is take something like a spudger to kind of push in the other clip. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's the way to do it. Okay, that's the way you got to do it. Let me show you what I'm doing here. Let me zoom it in. All right, so basically what we're doing here is, let me show you on this one. So you get one of the clips, you kind of put that clip in, and then when you're going down, you're not going to be able to just press it in because the sharpness of the RF shield is going to catch it. So take like a spudger and push it in a little bit, and it'll just clip in. Just like that. Do the same thing here. Put in one side, drop it down, use the spudger to clip it in. Easy peasy. Okay. Then we'll drop that in. Now, I'm hoping, yeah, I think they're all the same, so it doesn't really matter which ones go where. And then, all we're gonna do is screw them in. And I got my screws over here on the floor just because the table was getting a bit crowded. Whew. All right. And counterclockwise. You know, it's funny, I watch videos and people just kind of go in and they just start going clockwise, and it seems to work for them, but for me, when I did that early on, I would always cross thread, so I always go counterclockwise until I catch the thread, and you just feel it, and once you've done it a few times, it becomes second nature. So, all right, there we go. Okay, so let me make sure I'm not missing anything else. Yeah, no, I think we're good there. Okay, so now, second time's a charm. We'll go ahead, don't catch this ribbon cable. And we're gonna drop that on, nice and easy. And then we're gonna drop that in, nice and easy. Excellent. Okay, and then we can go ahead and put in the ribbon cables. Yeah, that's much easier actually. Just taking these ribbon cables out. Okay. Did I do that right? Hold on a second. I think I put that in backwards. Yeah, I did put that in backwards. There we go. Okay. So that's in. Yeah, I'm not sure there's going to be a sufficient amount of adhesive left, but okay. Got the controllers. That controller, and then this controller. All right, now we can put the optical drive in. First, we're gonna go ahead and fasten the controller ports. Okay. Okay. Now, oh my God, you guys. This is the, I think I should be able to just lift this up, yeah, and slide it. This is the, for the, what do you call it, the CD, or sorry, the expansion port. So am I gonna be able to fit that in? I don't think I'm gonna be able to fit it in, so I'm gonna go ahead and, third time's a charm. Yeah, you can tell that I don't really disassemble that many Saturns, but yeah, I forgot to put in this. This is the expansion bay. I guess it's to help you slot it in, but all right, let's go ahead and see if we can take this out. There we go. Actually, that wasn't too bad. So that's just going to go in right there. Look at this. Oh, actually, it's got a clip in. There we go. Okay, so that clips in right there. Okay, let me make sure I'm not forgetting anything else here. Okay, we got the power supply over there. That's fine. We got the optical drive, the power button. I think we're good. Okay, fantastic. Put that ring cable in there. Okay, there we go. All right. And what we're going to do is before we, before I put all these screws back in, I think I'm going to give it a test just to make sure, everything is working. Like for example, like the ribbon cable for, the ribbon cable for the drive assembly. How's that going? There we go. All right, so that's in. Now we're gonna put in the power button. I'll clean it up a little bit first. It goes underneath. And then we have the plastic insulating piece. Okay. Oh, it's like a this is like a little read switch right here. I didn't realize this is probably for the. Oh yeah, that's for the to let the console know that the door closed. Huh. Okay, that's pretty cool. I didn't know that. Power supply. Let's go ahead and. Oh. I need to install this grounding strip. Let me do that first. And that goes here. Switch the angle for you. Goes right there. Just like that. Okay. I think that just went like that. Yeah. There we go. I'm not sure exactly what that's doing, but okay. Got it. Whew. Man. I tell you. Boom. Okay. Power supply, guys. Power supply. Okay. All right, I think everything is plugged in, so we're ready to just give it a quick test, make sure everything is working the way it should be. Where's the AV port? Over here. All right, let's switch it over. Capture card. All right. So the AV switch is in. This out of the way. And the power's plugged in. Okay, so let's do the power switch. Okay. Hey, okay, plug in a controller. But the thing we do want to really check is, does the CD drive still work? So where is my controller? Right here. Okay. Okay. Hey, controller's working, that's good. Okay, and let's put the game in. Where did I put the disc? We're going to put in Deep Fear. This is the Japanese version for the Japanese console. And we got the read switch right here. Hey, okay, I'm pushing the read switch in. The disc is spinning, it's moving, and we should see this S. Okay, good. Hey, there we go, guys. That is working perfectly. Let me switch the angle here for you so you can see it from the top. It's actually kind of cool looking. Over the table, you can see the laser moving back and forth. There we go. Or you could at one point. Actually, let me restart it for you. Oop. Oh yeah. So that's me. So this is. Ooh, let me zoom out a little bit for you. So this is the read switch right here that tells the console when the door's closed. So I'm just going to push it in, and then it starts spinning again. and then we can see the laser moving. Okay, awesome. So we are good. This is working. So I'm gonna turn it off, and we're gonna fully install everything else. Basically all the screws. And we'll call it, you guys wanna do another one? My God, this took, how long did this take? What time is it? It's 8:30, so 3.5 hours just to do one. That's crazy. Okay, so it's unplugged. So now we just got to put in all the screws. All right. So what I'm gonna do is I do need to put some screws under the power supply. So I'm gonna take the power supply out. Okay. That's unplugged. Zoom it out a little bit for you. Okay. We're gonna basically power supply is out, and I got to take this piece out. Oh, that's annoying. That's not that annoying, but okay. All right, so the first set of screws we're going to put in are we'll put in the power switch. And that way, what we can do is, once we put the power switch on, we can put the power button, we can clip it on. Because remember, that's hard clipped to the power switch. What am I doing here? There we go. Yeah, no, I agree. The Sega, they took a lot of notes from the Saturn, and the Dreamcast kind of shares a lot of the same layout, very similar layout. The way the power supply is, everything. Yeah, it's kind of interesting how similar it is. All right, so we're gonna put the power switch on, make sure we put it in the right direction, so. All right, and that just goes, boom. Okay, just like that. And then we're gonna put all the screws for the, and I had them organized. So yeah, we've got the two longer screws, which are for the cartridge connector. And then we got this one, and then these three on the bottom, okay? All right, so. Cartridge connector are the longer ones, so I'm gonna put those first. Can I do it all like this? Yeah, I can. Okay, so we'll put that one there first. Not sure if it's gonna be able to capture all of them, but okay. Getting there. one right there. Fantastic. Now, power supply. But first, we got to put that little Mylar insulating thing. Okay. And then the power supply. Boom. That's clipped in. Guys, we are on the home stretch here. That only has one screw inside and then two outside. Okay. Oh, can you guys low volume? Yeah, I mean, well, the music is low volume, but hopefully you can hear me clearly. Okay, so we got that screw, and then we got, okay, and actually what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna plug this in right now, just like that. Okay, that's them plugged in. Okay, and then we get these two screws in. Okay, now I gotta be careful. Actually, this is this little socket is cracked. So I'm gonna actually, let me just switch the angle so you can see. Oop, not the sink. There we go. There we go. And we're gonna, yeah, I'm gonna support this as best as I can because yeah, this little, it's totally cracked. I might come back and reinforce that connector. I mean, it's not the connector, it's just a little plastic molding that goes around the power. It's a little bit cracked, and you know, it's a high tension spot. Obviously, kind of putting in, removing and inserting the power cord will do that. So anyway, that's fine. The other thing, don't want to forget to do is clip in the little shroud for the optical drive. So it kind of, the 2 points kind of clip in here, and then we just kind of drop it in place, and it just clips in. There we go. Yeah, guys, that is basically it. Now the only thing left to do is put on the top. Now, you gotta be careful because these LED light pipes, they feed into their spot here. And so you don't wanna press it, and also the power button goes in through there. So make sure these are kind of as straight as possible. And then we're gonna drop it on straight, and it should go on with no resistance. Oh, actually, the other thing is also the power button. Remember, that should be a little bit straight as well. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting design. A lot of these have to line up with everything here. So you just got to be a little bit careful when you're dropping on the top. But I think, are we in? I think we're in. Oh no, that's not. Okay, that feels weird. Yeah, something's not right here. So it's gotta. Let's make sure those. Jiggle it on. That's interesting. Why is that? Something's wrong. Something's getting caught on the power button. I think I see what's going on there. Okay, so I'm having a little issue here. The power button's getting a little stuck. is that happening? That's interesting. It's almost like I can't push it all the way down. I'm not sure what would prevent it from doing that. Let me make sure. That is so weird, guys. Have y'all ever had a, yeah, so this is a, yeah, Japanese, oh, hey, Jersey 117, thanks for the super chat. I hope I didn't miss any other super chats. Sorry, haven't been really focusing on the chat as much as I should be, but I definitely want to get this working. I'm not sure why. Okay, so the reset button works, that works, but the power button is not working. It's like getting caught up on something. Yeah, those are clipped in. I don't see what would be blocking it. Check the spring. What spring? There's no spring. Oh, you know, I know what it is. I know what it is, guys. Okay, let me change the angle here. I think I know what it is. All right, so if you look at the power switch, it works, right? It's too high. I think I gotta push it down more. There it is. Now it's lower. It was too, so basically it has to clip in twice. It was too high, so I wasn't able to push it down. That's what it was, okay. I just did it one clip down, so. All right, so that should do it. That should do it. Okay, now let's give that a shot. Yeah, here we go. Perfect. Okay, so that works. Eject button works. Reset button works. Fantastic. All right, so now all I got to do is put in the bottom screws. And let me look around, make sure I'm not, yeah, all the parts appear to be good. Everything is in, there's nothing that's not accounted for. Whew. Okay, guys, so this is a fully refurbished Sega Saturn, fully ready for modding. Okay. Yeah, no ODE at the moment. The only reason why, so I actually like keeping the optical drive if at all possible. And that's why, actually, so once I'm done, I have my satiator and I have the Saru. So we're gonna try those out. I think those should work, right? I'm gonna clean my desk first, guys. I'm not sure about you guys, but if I have a dirty workstation, it just bugs the heck out of me and I can't focus. So once I get this fully in, I'm going to just do a quick little clean of my desk area. And then we'll kind of recap everything and play some games on this thing just to see what it's like, you know? Let's see, oh, RGH modding a 360. Okay, very cool, very cool. Yeah, best of luck on that. Yeah, Saru is great. Its cost to, you know, performance is fantastic. It's, you know, one of the best, I think, ways to play games on the Saturn. It's recap. Yeah, so actually, oh my God, guys. I forgot to, all right. Not that, thank you for reminding me. Who was that? That was Keaton 718. I need to take a picture of the power supply because I need to order a recap kit. Even though if you saw, the caps look perfect, to be honest. So I was kind of debating whether or not I even need to do a recap. Everything looked, there was nothing leaking, none of the caps were bulging. It was working, and Yeah, so I am kind of at a loss. I don't know. I mean, I think I might just do it just as a caution, just because, when did the Saturn come out? Was it 96? Almost 30 years ago. Yeah. Oh, so the upgrade. So someone's recommending, Ignacio, if you haven't tried, I highly recommend the Satiator Menu Kai. I forget which. I remember we were talking about that when I did a video on the Satiator, and I forget which menu I put in. I think I might have just put in the stock one. But we'll find out here in a second. Did I get all the screws? Yes, I did. Okay. So I think for whatever reason the Saturn, there's just like a ton of different power supplies, and I just want to see which model I have so that way I can order the cap kit for it. And I'm actually I'm going to open all these cap kits just so I can order. Sorry, I'm going to open all these Saturns before we end the stream tonight. Just because that was something I wanted to do. So this one is, oops, okay, I'm taking photos here, guys. I think the model number is on the top, right? Does anybody know in the chat? Is the model number for the power supply only on the top? I think it is. So this is the XR258, is that right? Oh, model, here we go. This is the 35, this is from Yamaha. Yeah, so the model number is right on top. Let me get a close-up of that. Okay, oh, hey, actually, guys, look at this. Oh, that's good to know. I mean, so if you look on the back of the power supply, it says AC 100 volts, and that makes sense because it's Japanese, right? And in Japan, they run over at 100 volts. Here in the US, we run at 120. But I just took a picture of the power supply, and look what it's rated for. I don't know if you get Yamaha, 100 to 120 volts. So this will work perfectly in the US. Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, 50, 60 hertz. Okay, hey, this is like, yeah, this will work. Yeah, we were talking much earlier in the stream about how these are Japanese units. They run off 100 volts, but this one, I don't know if they're all, I wonder if they're all like that. So this should run in the US just fine. I don't know if anybody knows better. If you could, in chat, let me know. But let me see, get replacement screen. Yeah, anyway, that's actually pretty cool. Okay, so we got that. That's the info I wanted. Now let's close this for the last time. That's pretty freaking awesome. Yeah, that was always something I was worried about with these Japanese. I wonder if the Sega Dreamcast is the same way. We'll look at that later. Anyway. Okay, so your V2 Japanese Saturn has the same PSU. Fantastic. That's really good to know. Okay, so I feel much better about running these. Yeah, that's something I should take a better look at. Some of these older consoles. They may actually be rated just fine to work. Hey, can you hear me now? Can anyone hear me now? Hello? We got audio? Can you guys hear me? Oh, we're back. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm using these wireless mics, and I guess their battery life is about 3 hours, or how many hours we've been going? Almost 4 hours. Yeah, okay, so we're back. Cool. Sorry about that. Imagine if I just kept on talking to myself. That would have been hilarious. All right. Cool. Okay, so this is good. Good. We're done. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna plug this guy in. I'm gonna let it run, especially now that I know that it, you know, power supply can handle US. That's awesome. I'm gonna put the Saru in. Okay. Aeolus Maximus, thank you for the $5. Much appreciated. Hey guys, are we back? Can you hear me? Hello? Let me know if we're back. So the wireless receiver also runs on battery. So, anyway. Okay. We're good? We're back? Okay. Sorry about that. All right. Okay, cool. So yeah, what games should we run here? I don't have, oh, Grandia is great. I like Grandia. We can just have that run in the background. I'm just gonna pick up here a little bit. Oh, is that not working? Oh, hold on. Let's see here. Okay, maybe that didn't work. Let's see, someone's talking about the NEC token capacitors on the PS3. I haven't done that. I do plan to, I do have the token, actually I have the replacements. I forget the guy who makes it, but let's see here. All right, so that's working. I do plan to, I have a PS3, the original one, backwards compatible launch model that has the yellow light of death. And I know we've, I know it's been discussed that basically the token capacitors, that's not always the issue. Actually, it's most likely not the issue. It's the RSX GPU. But I do want to try it at least, since I do have the capacitors, and I do plan to do it at some point. I definitely don't have the equipment to do the RSX chip. So, you know, it's just something I can do myself if it doesn't hurt anything. We'll see if it works. But yeah, there is this one guy on YouTube who actually does like those Frankensteins, and I was thinking of maybe sending my PS3 there to him. Okay, so let me put the door back in. All right, so I'm gonna clean up here just a little bit, but I am gonna still be reading the chat. I just need to, I'll have my iPad with the chat here. Let's see. So yeah, I'm reading the chat, guys, so feel free to ask questions. Oh yeah, I might change the language on the on the Saturn. But then also I do plan, when you do the, you can also do a BIOS switch. So I might switch the BIOS. I think it's Zaxor. Zaxor actually sells the FRAM mod and the BIOS switch. So you can actually put like a high Saturn BIOS in the Saturn if you want, which is pretty cool. And other stuff like that. Let's see here. Oh yeah, 40 nanometer on the original PS3, and it seems like after getting the RSX swapped, it's just a little bit of micro. Yeah, but that's the hard part, is the actual chip you have to do. You have to have like a BGA soldering station, and I definitely don't have that. I actually saw a guy who was, I think he killed a bunch of PS3s doing it. He was like trying different methods of doing the RSX swap. And it just seems like something that requires a ton of skill to do, which I don't actually have. I mean, and really, you need the equipment to do it, and I don't have any experience with that type of equipment. But let me put this here, put the Saru over here. And we'll try the satiator as well, see how that works. Put this away. Didn't even use the screwdriver. Trash. We'll need this. Old battery, we'll throw that away. Actually, is it lithium? I need to recycle it. Let's see. This is, I think these are, yeah, I might have to recycle this. We can put this back here. These Q-tips came in clutch. I'm actually going to be using those Q-tips from now on to clean the laser assemblies. That really worked well. We'll put that there. This also worked really well. As usual, the mat. I'm going to clean it off. Isopropyl alcohol. Sorry, guys. I just, one thing, I always get in the habit of, once I'm done modding or doing a refurb, I always clean my workstation. I hate leaving a dirty workbench. Gotta keep it clean. All right, so yeah, now we got a fresh mat ready for the next refurb. Put that away. And we'll throw these away. Screwdrivers go away. Okay. Oh, hey, Rusi Russ Repairs, Tito, can you say Russi? Is it Russi Rust is the best? Russi Rust. Yeah, I'll even give you a, yeah. Is it Russi? Russi or Russi? I don't know if I'm saying that right. Let me know if I'm saying that right, guys. Appreciate it. All right, so that's good. Oh, this is the pen that goes up here. Ooh, this bit goes here. Don't want to lose the bit. Guys, we are almost nice and clean here. It's the phone. Put away the bench. Put the battery. Actually, we're gonna reuse these. If these aren't, you know, if I don't tear the nitrile gloves, I do try to keep them. And generally, the only time I tear these is if I'm working on my car. But if I'm working on consoles, they typically last for a while. Okay, we'll put this away as well. Oh man, we're almost set. That was actually a pretty quick little cleanup. All right, so I think, I'm gonna get a wipe to wipe down the desk. Go. Nice clean surface. Awesome. All right, so these are working Sega Saturns. This is not a working Sega Saturn. Gonna wash my hands. Okay, that about does it. All right, let's try out the Saturn. Actually, it would be cool if I put, let me see, I'm gonna add a screen so you can see the console actually kind of working. So I'm gonna do capture. I'm going to add a, let's see here. No, I just washed my hands, guys. Let's see here. What's the media source? Video capture. Existing, which is the A7S. And, okay, cool, there we go. So here, you can kind of see, I'll put it, yeah, I think in the top corner is okay. All right, so you can kind of see the console working. Let me put it like that. So that looks kind of cool. Yeah. I think I can crop it. Let me crop it a little bit. Nope, that's not it. Control. No, that's not it. Alt? Oh, there we go. Yeah, so it's not blocking everything. Cool. All right, so yeah, let's, I guess, play a little bit. Yeah. Oh yeah. Guys, you got to keep it clean. You know, otherwise, you know, especially the workstation, you don't want it to be messy. I can't work in a messy workstation. Actually, maybe this might. Well, no, I'll just leave it at that. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. What I guess kind of to wrap up. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, refurbing consoles isn't all that difficult. You just gotta. Yeah, self-healing mat. This is critical. But it's just a matter of being organized and taking a lot of photos. That's something like I just can't stress enough is are the photos, because you know sometimes you think you're going to remember how things went back, but by and large you won't. All right, let me get rid of those because yeah. All right. But yeah, so kind of the most confusing parts is prepping the RF shields. You know, I forgot to put the pylons for the, no, this is S-Video actually, guys. This is S-Video, not RGB. It's pretty clean, to be honest. This is S-Video going into my RetroTink 5X. Okay, so if you're looking for a Sega Saturn, I would just get it. This is a Japanese console, and I would just go on to Yahoo Auctions, whether that's through Sendico or whatever. If you know, I have a link to Sendico if you want to use. It's an affiliate, so you know I get a little kickback, but it helps the channel. But I got all five of these. All five of these consoles, I want to say it was like $150. I want to go back and look, but really, really cheap. And if you were here from the beginning, you could see that basically 3 of them were perfectly working, just really, really dirty. And the other 2 were kind of working. One powered on, but the CD drive didn't work. We're going to see if we can fix that tomorrow. And the other one, it didn't really turn on. It kind of turns on, but we'll see what the issue is with that. Yeah. Let's see. Recliner, thank you for the super chat. Do I do commission mods? I typically don't do commission mods. On a rare occasion, I will for if I make a video of it. It's just that I don't have the time to do it. What I might actually do with these streams is maybe I might do some mods and yeah, I might put them on my store. I probably won't take commissions though, just because it would take way too much time, and unfortunately I just don't have the time to do it. But you know, I might do something with these streams where I can maybe actually do a commission on stream. Actually, that might be something I could do. But right now, the goal, or what I'm trying to do with these streams are, instead of, it's sort of kind of giving me a break, like kind of a week off, but I can focus on cleaning and restoring consoles and getting them ready for mod videos. Basically what I've been doing was the day before I would mod, I would sort of do a restoration on the console that I'd be modding on Saturday and recording for my normal videos. And I've been doing that for almost 5 years. Now, of course, I don't do that for every console, but I would do it, maybe for like a quarter to a third of the videos I would do that. So it was getting to be pretty tiresome, but this would allow me to sort of get ahead and have clean consoles ready to mod that I know are working. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to do with these with these streams. So, but if you have other ideas for streams, let me know. I need to be more active on Discord. I might make like a stream Discord channel and get kind of suggestions of maybe what you guys want to see. Yeah, so the streaming thing, I'm still kind of learning it. Maybe even do like challenges. Hey, like how quick can I do a certain mod or something? But anyway, hey, let's play a little Daytona. It's been a while since I've done this, but let's see. What if I send you a bunch of my consoles riddled with flood mud for your stream? Ooh, I don't know about that. You know, I need the consoles to be in a somewhat workable state. You know, I can't spend too much time refurbing. Like this is like just the perfect amount. It's it was dirty, dusty, but for the most part it worked. It just needed a good cleaning, and I probably will do the recapping. But what's going on here? Oops. There we go. Beginner. But yeah. And I have so many old consoles that, you know, I probably don't need any more. I have way too many 360s. Let's see here. But yeah. Yeah, after this Saru, I'm going to try out the satiator. But yeah, how many people are in this? You know, unfortunately, I can't see. Oop. Oh. Whoa, what is going on with my controller? You all seeing this? Oh, that's weird. Okay. But yeah. Let's see here. I'm gonna try and race while also reading the chat. Which is probably not the best move. Let's see here. $170. Oh wow, that's a lot. That's crazy. Wow. Yeah, I'm also gonna. I mean, so today I started at 5. I'm not even sure what the most optimal time would be to stream. Is it later? I mean, 5 is like when most people get off work, at least here on the East Coast of the U.S. I don't have a thermal cam. I've been thinking of getting one. I'm gonna try a different game. You know, I know some people use that to diagnose issues on their consoles with the thermal cam. Yeah, definitely don't text and drive, guys. Actually, I'm gonna try. Let's try the satiator. So pull this out. Really like the case that it comes in. It looks like, I don't know, like the Japanese candy or those like Pocky stick kind of artwork. Yeah, it's also just a really cool looking hardware. All right, so let's put that inside. I think it's in. Let's see. Streams after 6 p.m. my time. Did that not work? Let's see here. Oh, that definitely did not. There we go. Didn't even plug it in. Try that again. All right. Seems like a good time for, Central and the West Coast. Is this not in? Am I installing this? Oops. Definitely installed. Okay. All right. Wow, 2 a.m. That's really late. Retro gamers from all around the world. How do we do this, guys? I don't remember how to use the satiator. I think it should just work if when you plug it in, right? Yeah, the light's on. Can you see the light's on inside? I wonder why it's not. I have the do I have the SD card in there? Yeah, the SD card's in there. Yeah, 5, 6 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then I don't know if there's, cause let me see, there's Europe, and I know like the UK and Spain. I think they're press left. Oh, top left and then start. That's what I thought I did. Oh wait, maybe not. Yeah, did that. Yeah. That's for sorry. Yeah, yeah. Satiator would auto load. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I wonder. So here, actually, let me. You guys can make sure I'm installing that correctly. I'm gonna switch the angle up real quick. Oh, over there. Keep on putting over the sink. There we go. All right, so just make sure I'm doing this right. So I got the little tab, so I can pull it out. So it comes out, all right? I mean, it just goes in. And then, wait, hold on. There. Yeah, that's like fully seated. And then SD card is in. And then when I power it on, the light turns on, so that's good. But then, okay, it goes here. Yeah, no, the SD card is correctly oriented. Otherwise, I don't think it would. Yeah, what's going on here? I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Maybe reset. Let's reset. Oh, midnight free. Okay, so that'd be like. So I wonder, like starting. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, what's going on here? Yeah, there might. I wonder if there's just contact issues. So let me just like insert it and remove it a couple times. Because yeah, that's a little worrying. Yeah, I don't think it should matter the region, because every time I tested this, it was on an American Saturn. All right, let's see if that did anything. That's a good question. I'm not sure. I thought, I don't think yeah, it may not be. Let me see. I mean, it's got the SD card, and there's a micro SD card in it. Well, so yeah, whatever. Yeah, I'll mess with that later. That's interesting. Not sure what's going on there. Like I said, I don't think I've used this since I made the video. X-Station is fantastic. I love the X-Station. But let's see here. Oh, another set. Oh yeah, actually that's a good call. Let's try, I mean, one of the other working Japanese ones. Good call. Let's give that a shot. All right, so this is a clean Saturn. Let's try. So I believe this was the other work one. This thing is really yellowed. All right, so this works. All right, so let's plug that in. Okay, so that's in there. Yeah, no, none of these have, oh, is that what it is? None of these have the CR battery. Ah, okay. None of these, okay, I do have a new one though. Okay, so if that's the problem, okay, needs to charge, got it. All right, that's the issue. That's an interesting thing. So I wonder why it needs the battery. That's a little annoying, but let's give that a shot. Let's bring back the good one. All right, so we got the good one right here. And plug it to power. Let me get a battery. I have a bunch of them, so, and I think it was I have the old one here, so I think a CR2032, is that what it is? CR2032. Yep. Let me grab a fresh one. That's a 2025, 2032. I think this should be good. Let me check the voltage on this. So this is, I think, a new one. And let me just make sure it's good. It was open, so I'm not sure if it's good. Should be. Yep. Oh, I don't know if, did you guys see it? No, you guys didn't see it. So I got the battery right here. And we are testing at 3.1 volts, which, what is this supposed to be? I think 3 volts? Yeah, 3 volts. So yeah, we're good. So that's a good battery. All right. Okay, so we'll put that in. Okay. Now, which way does it go? Is it, I think it's the positive side. Is it positive side up? I think it's positive side up. Let's set the battery. Let me put these caps back on. Okay. All right, so let's actually set the date. Is that's the month, February. Today's the 10th, I think. What time is it here? It is currently 9, so it'd be 21:25. Oh, no, this is a AM PM. So AM PM, I'm guessing, 9:25. Okay. Oh, can I change the language? Is this the language here? Oh, that's reset. Ugh. Oh my gosh. Sorry guys, I gotta do this. 26. Crazy, time flies. And we're gonna do 9 p.m. 25. 6. Okay. Hey guys, it's not working. Let's make sure that the actual battery is good. Actually, maybe did I put it in the right way? I put it positive side up. Let me turn it off. Disconnect it. And... Oh, guys, I didn't put. Oh my gosh. We'll see if the battery's working. I didn't put the satiator in. Oh my god. It's getting kind of late. Let's see if the battery works. Yep, battery works. Okay. Okay. Did I mention that as a con in the video, that you have to have a working battery? Okay, positive side up. Good, good, good. Yeah, that's what I did. Oh, there we go. Okay. That was the issue. Battery. Okay. Sweet. Ooh, Resident Evil. Yeah, so okay. So yeah, this is a fully working console. We are good to go. Cool. Not bad at all. So, oh, okay, yeah, so I do see, I mean, this is probably really late. So someone asked in the Twitch chat, what was wrong with the Saturn? So nothing was wrong with the Saturn, it was just really dirty. Really, so we did a complete refurb. We cleaned the shell, dusted off the motherboard, and got it looking like new and ready for it to be modded. But yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so in terms of, you know, the satiator is nice. I would say it's like the coolest package because it's like hidden inside the little expansion bay and you wouldn't know that it's in there. Whereas the Saru, you put in the cartridge slot, so you know you have something sticking out. Not a big deal, but I would say the Saru is a bit more accessible. It's just cleaner. I mean, not cleaner. It's cheaper, and it works just as well as the satiator. I have to go back to my. I really don't remember. If you want, I do a video where I compare the satiator to the Saru to the Fenrir ODE. And the only thing that's kind of an issue with the satiator is the price. It's expensive, but hey, you get a really cool box. I mean, yeah, honestly, the box is really cool. And then with the satiator, you can actually get these really nice shells. This is from a guy in China, JT, I think JT something. They work with Retro Game Restore. But they make really high quality shells and a high quality Saru board. That's theirs in there, really nice. And you could put a nice custom label on there. I need to put a cool label on that. Well, speaking of which, I think Ariel makes labels. So you should definitely check out the website, which I'm having a brain freeze, right? Not brain freeze, but brain fart. I'm trying to think what is it? Pixels? Oh my gosh. Yeah, J&T Studios. Yes, that's right. Yeah, I don't. Do I have the stickers? Ariel? I don't know if I have the stickers. I don't know if you sent them. If you did, I should have put it on here, but I'm not sure if you sent them over. Let's see, a hollow 3DFX label for the Saru. Yeah, I don't know if I have those. But yeah, definitely check out, oh my God, Ariel, what's the name of the store again? Pixel Art? Pixel Art. No. Oh my gosh, can't believe Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to see where I put them. I don't know where they are. Artistic Pixels. Guys, if you want labels for these and other cool stickers, check out Artistic Pixels. And if you want to buy my shirts, they're also there. Linked in the description. Anyway, all right, so we got that working. Let me see if I have a game save for Resident Evil. Now, I'm no carcinogen, so I don't speed run or do no damage. Definitely recommend, if you like Resident Evil, I love Resident Evil, but Carcinogen SDA is like the best streamer for Resident Evil, and then especially now that we got Requiem coming out, I'm pretty stoked about that. I'll definitely be watching Carcinogen and how he plays it. Let me see, do I have any, I wonder if I have a game. Yeah, these, oh my God, these buttons. They're like backwards. Load. What? I feel like my buttons aren't working. Oh, I don't have a load game, that's why. All right, new game. Duh. Oh, I'm definitely gonna play Requiem. So, you know, in my old age, and you know, I spend a lot of time on the channel, I only really make time for a select few games, or franchises rather. Basically, Resident Evil, whenever a new Resident Evil comes out, I play that. Whenever a new Silent Hill comes out, I play that. Metal Gear is one also, and I have not played the Snake Eater remake. Delta, was it Metal Gear Delta? I haven't played that one, I need to get that. But yeah, Metal Gear, Resident Evil, Silent Hill. Final Fantasy used to be on that list, I just don't have time for RPGs anymore. Like that. Naughty Dog, whenever Naughty Dog comes out with a game, like, I loved The Last of Us. I loved, oh gosh, what was the other Naughty Dog? What's the other Naughty Dog game? The treasure hunting one. Those were fantastic. GTA, see, you know, I know GTA, a lot of people love GTA, but the only issue I have, again, it's just like playing an RPG. The game is endless. I tried playing the new Zeldas, Breath of the Wild, but it's just too much. Uncharted, yes, thank you, Uncharted. That's the game. I love, like, Uncharted is just, like, those games, like Metal Gear, Uncharted, Resident Evil, they're long enough, and also they're short enough to be played in like a few weekends. But games like GTA, I guess maybe if I just focus on the story, maybe it's shorter, but games like GTA, like I wanted to love Breath of the Wild, but it was just too long. Because I'm not really a completionist, but games where, you know, like I always like checking all the areas, like Resident Evil, Silent Hill, I check everything on the map, and it's not so extensive where it would take such a long time. But an open world game like Breath of the Wild or GTA would just take too long. So, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they got, I mean, Uncharted, those games were absolutely incredible. Like, Naughty Dog, like, I don't know, their games are like movies, basically. But yeah, what time is it, guys? I think we're gonna call it quits here. So the plan is I'm probably gonna do another stream. It's gonna be pretty similar to this one. I do want to restore all those, all the Saturns. Let's see here. Oh, does someone ask what my favorite console is? Actually, my favorite console is probably the Dreamcast and the PS2. I've got a soft spot for the Sega Genesis, although I will say probably the Super Nintendo is the better 16-bit console, but yeah. Let's see, but yeah, the plan, I don't know if I'm gonna stream tomorrow. It's either gonna be tomorrow or Thursday. I'm definitely doing at least 2 more times this week. So it's either gonna be tomorrow and Friday or Thursday and Friday. And the reason why it might be Thursday, Friday, because I do wanna fix the chat widget on this. If anybody is like a pro at OBS and plugins, send me a DM on Discord. Yeah, because I was having a lot of trouble with the alerts and the multi-stream chat. I want to get those at least appearing on screen, but yeah. So yeah, I'll be back again this week, guys. Actually, I don't know if anybody's watching on Twitch. Let me see how many people were watching on Twitch. I decided to do the multi-stream because I feel like, you know, sometimes people only like to watch streams on Twitch and just videos on YouTube. So I tried to do the setup so that it came up for both. But let me see. Twitch, I'm not sure. Is anybody watching on Twitch? How do you see? Four people are, or no. I refresh. Anyway. Oh yeah, okay, there are some people. Okay, so 4 people. But obviously most people are watching, I think, on YouTube. How many people are watching on YouTube? 157. Wow, that's pretty cool. Okay, wow, that's a lot more than I was thinking, but okay, very cool. Yeah, guys, so yeah, let me know what you all think about stream ideas, what you guys are looking for in the streams. For me, I kind of like having it as sort of a time to sort of do catch up, especially with refurbing consoles. So, but yeah. All right. I guess other than that, I guess that's about it. All right, let me. Yeah, I even made these different screens. But anyway, guys, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for sticking with me for almost 5 hours. Wow, this is crazy. It kind of went by fast. I really enjoy restoring consoles. I'm gonna actually order I don't know if I'm gonna do it tonight. I might do it tomorrow. I'm gonna order all of the capacitor kits, at least for the power supply. The ones on the motherboard looked fine, and I think there's just one kit that covers every revision of the Saturn, so I might just order a couple of those, and maybe we'll do a recap on stream as well. But all right, guys, appreciate the time, and I'll see you guys really soon. I'll probably see you guys tomorrow. So, all right, y'all have a good one. See ya.